Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Oh, is anybody else under a snow warning? We have a snow warning here. It's April 11th, and we have a snow warning. That's just not a good thing. So, we are starting a new book this week. It finally arrived after 3 attempts. We have a viable copy of the book that we can mark up and burn, and I don't have to return it, so that's good. I did forget to put the chapter markers in the book, so I'm doing that now very quickly. So we got to the end of the second book, and really not a whole lot happened leading up to it. We had the situation where Laura has been kidnapped for a second time because that's apparently her thing, by Nacho, and he hangs on to her for somewhere around a week to 2 weeks. We're not really sure. Book doesn't really do time. She, of course, starts having sex dreams about him because he's super hot. And then she gets brought before the guy whose hands Massimo shot in the club for putting his hands on her when she was doing her slutty stripper dance. Because apparently he's the bad guy of the second book, even though we haven't heard about him since then. And he's very mad and he starts beating her. And then, of course, hubby shows up with his henchmen and his eviler twin brother and whore are there. And there's a shootout, and I'm pretty sure the Laura gets shot. We know that. I think Massimo's ex gets killed. I'm trying to remember the book versus the movie because it's different in the movie. Yeah, I think the crazy ex gets killed. I don't think the eviler twin gets shot in the book, at least not that we know of. And then it ended with Massimo being told he has to choose between Laura and the baby. They can't both be saved. The movie is extremely different. In the movie, they got rid of the baby right off the top. In the opening scene, we're told that there was an off-screen accident at the end of the first movie. We never saw it. We saw her car go into the tunnel. Then apparently she got in an accident and lost the baby in the movie. So that's not a thing. And everything we said would be cut out of the movies was like all the violence, almost what's in there is really cheesy. All of the definitely not safe for YouTube scenes. A lot of side characters were cut out. I personally don't think the second movie is as good as the first. The first one was at least a little more dynamic on the lighting and the editing in that. At least tried to do something. The second one is just everything is very evenly lit. It's a lot of left right pan shots at mid-level. The locations are still beautiful, but they weren't they didn't have those nice drone shots. Though there were plenty of like vacation filler footage. You could definitely, if you were trying to sell like a beach or a resort holiday, you definitely could cut several promo ads out of this movie for sure. Because there's like a whole 40-minute section where it's just Laura and Nacho in a hut on the beach and like surfing and playing on the beach and drinking Mai Tais, and that's like a whole 40 minutes for some reason. It doesn't need to be. It shouldn't be, but it is. And of course she starts getting the feels for him, and I'm pretty sure the entire third book is going to be her like being asked to choose between these two men, which doesn't work because she's married to one of them. Like, she's married. She's already married. So what? She's going to get divorced? Do we think he would let her go? Not in a second. He'll kill them both. Like, so it's just going to be a whole lot of stupid. I still predict a threesome will happen. I'm glad I got some hot tea. My voice doesn't like me this week. I've been on too many panels and stuff this week, so my voice is kind of ugh. But heed all the warnings because these books tend to start hard. Hi, Sethel! I'm so glad you made it! But yeah, please heed the warnings because these books do like to start hard, usually with some very violent sex. And we are at the beginning of the last book, so it's going to be like no holds barred. they got nothing to lose. You know, so we'll see how the book goes, because again, the movies just went off and did their own thing because Netflix. Did you know there wouldn't be a third or fourth or third or second or third of these movies without Netflix? They only had enough money to make. Hi, Sarah. They only had enough money to make the first one. Then Netflix picked it up. The pandemic made it go to number one because people were home, horny, and bored. And so Netflix paid for 2 and 3 to be made, which also accounts for the changes. Because I also realized the second one, even though it had like half the movie is just sex scenes, the whole like first 30 minutes is nothing but sex scenes. They're worse than in the first one. I mean, they're not shot as well, they're not edited as well. They're just everything's very static and very mid. But there were no blowjobs, I realized. So it's like, okay, Netflix took that feedback. They understood what people didn't like, and it was the aggressive blowjobs, it was the questionable consent scenes, it was too much talking about the mob and drugs. There's no drugs in the movie. I don't know why that's a line in movies that it's like, oh no, even in a movie like this that is nothing but like sex and violence is what these movies and these books are, but somehow even in the movie you can't, in what is obviously going to be an R-rated if not X-rated movie, no, we can't show people actually snorting coke. And like, what in the weird censorship of unholiness, who drew that line and why, and you're an idiot. Like, this is not the hill to die on, and yet it's, I don't know. Somebody's gonna have to explain it to me. It's like back in the day in the 60s on TV, you couldn't say pregnant. I don't know. It falls in the category of dumb. But I'm sure we'll have a lot more dumb to get to. So for now, all rise for our national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Let's get our video on. Hello, everyone. Ooh, I have the fan on because my apartment is too hot, because the heat is still on, because it's still getting to below freezing at night. It's going up to the mid 20s in the afternoon, and then that same night it will drop to like -5 overnight. The weather is insane right now. And we're under a snow warning. Been under a snow warning for 4 days. It's completely nuts. But before I forget, as I so often do, let's introduce all of our ducks. Our thumbnail is free of ducks right now because I always start it blank, and I always hate it. It looks so naked when there's no ducks on the thumbnail. It's like, no, I miss the ducks. So for right now, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glassell, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Little Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, and Cleopatra. So that is our current pantheon of ducks. We may be getting some ducks from a friend. Someone messaged me about some ducks. It's not a done deal yet, so don't say anything. But if you would like to add more ducks to our pantheon and see them added to our thumbnail so it doesn't look naked anymore, we have Bago ducks. These are the random ducks of other kinds that we don't have yet that are waiting to join our stage, and they are $10 each. The link to my PayPal should be in the top of the chat. So for $10, you can sponsor a random duck that I will draw out of this bag. You get to name it. If you don't, I will. But we have plenty of good choices in here. Or if you would like something a little more custom, because you are bougie, and that is awesome. We respect that here and encourage it. We have our painted ducks. We have a Christmas Story duck. We have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Ralph duck. We have Turducken duck. I really cannot believe nobody has sponsored Turducken duck. This is like my favorite duck I've ever made. That it sits here unloved is painful. We have Rooster duck. We have Evil Knievel duck. And we have Yoshi duck. I can't do the voice right now. But the painted ducks are on for $10. Please specify which painted duck, or if you just say painted duck, I will pick one that I want to add. But that is our $10 tier. For our $25 tier, we have these very real police issue handcuffs with a real key and everything. There is a real key in here. There's also a key on a string around my monitor because we practice safety here. So there will always be a key within reach because these are real. These are not safety cuffs. And for $25, I will put these on for half of the evening. For $50, I will wear them the entire evening. They make things a little more complicated and they leave marks that I enjoy. So these are personal favorite. Don't get to play with them very often. I've been told I shouldn't sleep in them, but what do they know? And for our big sponsorship tier of $50, we have 2 options, one of which just arrived. These got here in time. The Skittles drink packs that won the vote. We held a vote by 1 vote. The Skittles won over the Sour Patch. So we got the Skittles. There are 4 flavors. There's strawberry, orange, green apple, and grape. I have never had Skittles. I don't know what Skittles taste like. I have no idea what these are going to taste like. I did look at the ingredients, and the first ingredient in every flavor is citric acid, which has me a little concerned because I'm pretty sure that shit is sour. So I'm not sure what these taste like. Maybe we'll find out tonight. I do have a glass of water on over here because I have hot tea for my throat here. So I do have a glass of water right here just off camera to pour this into. Should we get one? You can pick which flavor you would like me to try, or you can leave it up to me and I will draw one at random or go with whatever I will go with, I don't know. I don't like orange, so I'll probably leave that, but you can absolutely pick the flavor if you would like to sponsor this. That is the one option at $50. We also still have unopened bag of chips. These have been here for 3 weeks. And my neurospicy brain will not let me open them because I put them up for being sponsored. And it's complicated. Being autistic sucks sometimes. And this is one of those times because I can't open the chips. And the chips have been taunting me for weeks now. But I put them up, so I can't open them unless somebody tells me to. because that is how my brain does not work sometimes. So, and I can't do anything like to make it work. Whacking myself in the head, I learned as a child, doesn't make those things go away, and it messes up your hair. So that's a no. But we have, yes, we have Skittles and we have chips and we have cuffs and we have ducks, and that is how we roll here. No doubt there will be a puppy at some point. He's been napping in anticipation. He has had to interrupt me several times today because I was on a gaming stream earlier and he had to be supportive because the environment was not so great. I have written down the things we are going to mark. For words, we've got, and these are any variation thereof, we've got baby girl, darling, honey, sweetheart, mine, snatch, and seed. We may add to that. For the bigger things, we've got the incorrect versus correct spelling of come. I'm sure that will still be there. Someone is a rapist. Laura loves stuff more than her hubby. Laura faints. I also think the movies forgot she had a heart condition because I don't remember that being mentioned once. I think they dropped that. Anytime a brand name for clothing, perfume, or cars is dropped, anytime they drive an ugly car, or any mention of pregnancy. So we'll see how that goes. We got our highlighters, we got our torch lighter, and we finally got an acceptable copy of the book. I still have one that has to go back to Amazon, but I got to figure out how to tell them they forgot to pick it up. But for now, we are on the last book, the next 365 days. Not that it has been 365 days within the pages of these books, because at best it has been 6 months since the two leads met. So I highly doubt this book will actually cover an entire year because they seem to cover about a month. And then they tell you stuff that happened in between. So let's see where we're picking up. We left off with Massimo being told he must choose between the life of his wife and the life of his son because both cannot survive. Do we think there's been a miracle or she lost the baby? Given that I think the entire book is going to be her being torn between Massimo and Nacho, I'm going to say she lost it because if she's pregnant by one of them, it's too much. You know, it makes her too much of a cheating whore if she's with somebody else. But it's like, girl, you're married. Are we forgetting this? You're married. You don't get to do the torn between two men thing. And also, just, it's so obvious because they made Nacho like the exact opposite of Massimo. Like, Massimo's the evil, violent one, and Nacho is the, like, nice, concerned, actually cares about her, gentle one. And they're both mobsters and murderers, which is just, so they're both like those guys, but one of them is kind of nice to her, but is also a rapist. So there's that. You know, she's kind of got a type. Here we go. Chapter 1. Hot wind winnowed my hair as I drove my convertible down the promenade. Ariana Grande blasted from the speakers. I'm sure she's I'm sure she is so thrilled to be included in this book. I couldn't think of a song more fitting for my current predicament than Break Free. If you want it, take it, sang the pop star, and I bobbed my head to each word, cranking up the volume. We don't know who we're following here. It was my birthday. I was getting older and should probably be feeling depressed. But the truth was I felt more alive than ever. As I stopped the car waiting for the light to turn green, the chorus began. The bass boomed and I couldn't have felt happier. I sang along. Okay, who is singing? This is someone we've never seen. Betton. This is the part when I say I don't want ya, I'm stronger than I've been before. I shouted with Haryana, waving my arms. A young man stopped his car next to mine. He sent me a flirtatious smile, tapping a hand on the steering wheel to the rhythm of the song. Aside from the loud music and my loud singing, what must have caught his eye was my outfit. Its scantiness, to be precise. I wore a black bikini that perfectly complemented the color of my purple Plymouth Prowler. There, I know that car. I actually know that car. We had our first ugly car, and I did not think ugly car would be the first thing to earn a mark. That is ugly car. To be honest, there weren't many things that didn't compliment that car. It was perfect. The beautiful, rare vehicle had been my birthday present. I suspected the gifts wouldn't stop coming any time soon, that my man wouldn't stop showering me with presents. But I hoped against reason that this one had been the last. Who is this? Because this is not Laura or Olga for sure. So who is this? Yeah, somebody wants to buy me an ugly car. I'll take it. Because you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sell it. It all began a month before. I would get something new each day. My 13th birthday required something special, and 30 gifts would apparently do the trick. Who is 13? No, 30th. 30th birthday. Okay, I misread that. My fault. I was about to freak out. But no, it says 30th. I don't think I've ever seen that word in writing before, so my dyslexia got me. My 30th birthday required something special, and 30 gifts would apparently do the trick. I rolled my eyes and stepped on the accelerator as soon as the light turned green. A few moments later, I parked the car, grabbed my bag, and headed to the beach. The weather was sweltering hot, and I intended to make the most of it, reach my limits, sunbathe, and it had more than enough. Taking a sip of iced tea through a drinking straw, I plodded across the waterfront, relishing in the feeling of hot sand on my feet. Happy birthday, old girl, my man shouted. I turned around at a geyser of Moet Rosé exploded in my face. Is this Laura? Hi, persnickety. Sasha says hi, dozing on her blankie. Oh, she's on the blankie that I want to steal from her. Not that I would, because she looks so great on it. It is the perfect color for a black doggy to be curled up on. But this has to be Laura, because that's her drink, right? I thought she was older than that already. The hell do you think you're doing? I screamed through bouts of laughter, trying to escape the fizzy stream, without effect. He chased me with the bottle spewing out its pressurized contents. When it was empty, he threw himself at me and toppled me to the ground. Happy birthday, he whispered. I love you. Is she having another sex dream about Nacho? His tongue slid between my lips and started his dance. I moaned in pleasure, wrapping my arms around his neck and spreading my legs as he took his place between them, hips slowly twisting. He laced his fingers with mine and pinned my arms to the ground, pulling away his head and fixing me with an amused stare. I have something for you. He wiggled his eyebrows and got up, pulling me with him. What do you know? I muttered, rolling my eyes behind the dark barrier of my sunglasses. He reached out and took them off. His face grew serious. I'd like you to, he stammered as I watched on. He took a deep breath and knelt before me, extending his hands cupped around a small box. Marry me, said Nacho. Yeah, she's having a dream for sure. His lips spreading in a wide grin. I wanted to say something smart and romantic, but most of all, I wanted to say something that would convince you. I inhaled, but he raised his hand. I said nothing. Just before you say anything, Laura, please consider. A proposal isn't marriage. A marriage doesn't have to last forever. He prodded me gently with the little box. Remember, I don't want to make you do anything against your will. I will never order you around. Say yes only if you want to. Okay, did she get divorced in between books? Like, what? A silence descended on both of us for a long while. He waited patiently for my reply. He got none. If you refuse, though, I'll send Amelia after you. I couldn't take my eyes off him. I was scared, worried, awestruck, and happy. He just threatened you somehow. If anyone had told me during last New Year's Eve I would end up where I was, I would have burst out in laughter. I thought about it and had laughed, but inwardly, if a year ago, when Massimo had kidnapped me, okay, so we've time jumped like 6 months. anyone had suggested that I would find myself on Tenerife with that colorfully tattooed boy at my feet, I would have bet everything that such a thing was simply impossible. Well, impossible is nothing, as they say. The thought of what had happened 8 months before was still chilling, but thank God, or rather Dr. Mendoza, I at least I could finally sleep. But after so much time with that kind of company in bed, it really wasn't surprising. The whole book's going to be a flashback, isn't it? And then it's going to be a flashback, and then the last chapter it's going to jump back to this point, and the two of them, Massimo will be there too, and she'll have to choose. That's the end of chapter 1. It's a page and a half. So we have her, it flashed forward 8 months, and Nacho's proposing to her while also threatening to send someone after her. Possibly in a joking way, because he's kind of like that, but we'll see. We shall see. Because I'm willing to bet the next page says 8 months earlier. Chapter 2. Oh, wait, I want to see the picture of the car. And yes, I'm very jealous of the doggy you have on top of you. I want it. I want to pet it. I want to hold it. I want that blanket a lot. But I want a big floppy doggy to cuddle on the couch. Not that Bo isn't a good cuddle, but he's tiny. Oh, she looks so sweet. But yeah, that is an ugly ass car. That is definitively an extremely ugly ass freaking car. But Sasha's such a good girl. And she's so pretty. And these days, I'm sure she's got lots and lots of rabbits she would like to chase. I hope she's feeling better. And we'll be back to her rabbit patrol soon. Other reason I'm drinking tea. I'm tired. When I opened my eyes for the first time after I had closed them in Fernando Matos' mansion, I saw the miles and miles of plastic tubes around me. Okay, so we're waking up in the hospital. We don't know how long it has been. Car looks like the Joker should drive it in a Batman movie. Yes, it does. Yes, it very much. The shape of the front of it is like the shape of the Batmobile in the Tim Burton movies. Like, it really is. She found a new magic hole for baby bunnies. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, puppy girl, no. Well, we know where her nose is going to be all summer. Okay, so do we think she's waking up like a day or two later, or is it several months? Miles and miles of plastic tubes around me, piercing my skin and tunneling underneath it. There were what seemed like dozens of machines monitoring my life signs. Everything whirred, beeped, and buzzed. I wanted to swallow, but I had a pipe stuck down my throat. That's not the proper word for that. I was afraid I'd throw up. My eyes glazed over. I was beginning to panic. Then one of the machines blared with some kind of alarm. The doors to the room swung open and Massimo stormed in, panting. He sat down at my side and took my hand. My love, his eyes watered. Thank God. His face was a mask of exhaustion, thinner than I remembered. The man in black took a deep breath and stroked my cheek. I completely forgot about the suffocating pipe in my throat. Tears rolled down my face, and he wiped each one off, keeping his lips pressed against the back of my hand. Suddenly, a group of nurses marched in and finally silenced the shrieking alarm. Then the doctors arrived. That's very quick. Persnickety, I'm with you. The second kidnapper is definitely a new love interest, but no, she's in the hospital. We don't know what happened to Nacho. I assume he just left because he wasn't shot. We don't know if the evil twin brother was shot. I'm pretty sure his ex whore was killed, and like a couple other people, but I don't know. I don't know. It depends on who Book wanted to bring back. You need to leave, Mr. Torricelli. We'll take good care of your wife, an elderly man dressed in a white doctor's coat said. When Massimo didn't react, he repeated the request. The man in black pushed himself up and loomed over the older man. His expression was cold and his glare piercing and terrible. For the first time in 2 weeks, my wife has opened her eyes. If you think I'll leave, you are gravely mistaken, he growled. Okay, so we've got the timeline. It's been 2 weeks. Nice little 2 week coma she's been in. Uh, you know, so there's that. The doctor waved his arm dismissively, then quickly pulled the thick pipe out of my throat. That's not how you do that. It wasn't pleasant. Massimo really would do better if he didn't have to watch this. But here we were. A moment later, doctors of all types and specializations started coming and going, checking the readouts and jotting things down in their notebooks. Then there were the examinations. The unending examinations. Not even for a second did Massimo leave the room or let go of my hand. There were moments when I wanted him to go, but I was helpless. It's called Get Out. I know it would. I know. Yes, he needs to say Nacho Man. Yes, he does. I still can't believe this is the other love interest name, Nacho. Really? We could not have done worse. Oh, yeah. Of course it's a ripoff of something from 50 Shades. These books are entirely just ripoff of 50 Shades. But yeah, all she did was move the order of events around, but they're all here. There was nothing in the world that could move him from his place at my side. Eventually all the doctors left. I could barely speak, but I needed to know what happened. Why was I here? I took a deep breath and started to talk, but my voice was a raspy horror. Shh, don't speak, the man in black whispered, kissing the back of my hand again. Before you start asking questions, probing, he sighed and blinked the tears away. You saved me, Laura. You saved me just like in one of my visions, my darling. There we go! There we go, first one, darling. It's him saying it, so it counts. Wow, we got darling before we got baby girl. He dropped his eyes. I didn't understand. But he was trying to say more but couldn't. The words just didn't come. And then it dawned on me. I knew what he meant. Yeah, she lost the baby. What a shock. With shaking hands, I plowed through the sheets. Massimo tried catching my wrists, but he stopped, unwilling to fight me. He released his grip on my hands. Luca, I whispered, uncovering my bandaged abdomen. Where is our son? My voice was barely a whisper, and each word caused me physical pain. I wanted to scream, jump to my feet, and wail. I needed to ask him that one question. I needed him to tell me the truth. Yeah, when has he ever done that? Ever? He slowly rose, took the sheets in his hands, and gently covered my broken body. Oh, God, so bad already. His eyes were dead as he directed his cold stare at me again. I felt a wave of terror and despair. He's dead, Massimo said and turned away. The bullet hit him too low. He was still so small and completely defenseless. He didn't stand a chance. Yeah, she was only like 3 to 4 months pregnant at best. Like, I get devastating, but this is laying it on with a fucking trowel. My husband's voice was rough and shaky. I couldn't name my own feelings then. Despair wasn't even close. It was as if somebody had ripped my heart out. The paroxysms of weeping made me breathless. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to swallow the bile that rose in my throat. My child. My baby, my little son, who was part of me and the man that I loved. Gone. The whole world stopped. You weren't so in love with him for like more than half of the last book. Massimo stood in perfect stillness for a long while. Finally, he wiped away his tears and turned back to me. At least you're alive. He tried to smile but failed. Get some sleep. The doctors say you need to rest. He stroked my hair and wiped away the tears from my cheeks. We'll have other kids. A whole bunch of them. I promise you. I so get that in the moment, and I'm not just saying him, but any guy would think that that's a comforting thing to say. But in the moment, it would probably make me want to punch you in the face. I couldn't contain my anguish at those words and exploded with tears again. Yeah, see, duh. The man in black looked resigned. His breathing was shallow, and I could see how helpless he felt. His hands balled into fists, and he left without so much as looking at me. A moment later, he returned with another physician. At what point is he going to tell her, oh, by the way, I also had everyone who was there and responsible for this executed? Except Nacho, because he's on the cover. Because he's on the cover, so he gets a pass. He gets to live, but everyone else. Oh, I almost said this. That's the next fucking line. I gotta stop holding back. I really do. Laura, I will administer some sedatives now, said the doctor. I couldn't speak, so I just shook my head. She just woke up from being in a coma. I don't think sedating her is what you want to do right now. Not a doctor, but it sounds counterintuitive. I couldn't speak, so I just shook my head. So she's saying, no, don't sedate me. Here's the answer. But it is required. You need to rest. Enough emotions for one day. Required? Required? Please let me cut your head off while you try to say that again, said the older man, shooting a critical glance at Massimo. Oh yes, don't upset her, because women just can't handle like being emotional. Blah 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 blah. He squirted something in a syringe into the drips, and I immediately felt my eyelids growing heavy. I'm like sure that this is not the right thing. Yeah, because he would take no responsibility for his lifestyle, kidnapping her, playing into getting shot, miscarrying. Oh, no. No, no, no. Oh, girl, no, not even close. There's no way in hell he's going to take any responsibility for anything that has happened to her, even though literally everything is his fault. Because, yeah, he kidnapped her, he dragged her into this mafioso lifestyle just by virtue of him liking her, let alone marrying her. He makes her a target constantly, and then he keeps her in the dark about everything because he never tells her anything. Yeah, she needs to kick him out of the room, please. And also, why are her parents not here? I mean, maybe they're getting coffee, but I'm willing to bet her parents are not here. Going for more tea. I'll be here. Massimo sat on the bed and reached for my hand. I started dozing off. I promise I'll be here when you wake up. And he was there each day, every time I woke up and opened my eyes before going under. He didn't leave me, not even for a moment. He read to me, brought me movies, brushed my hair, washed me. He did that when I was unconscious too, shooing away the nurses each time they attempted to draw near me. Yeah, ICU nurses are not going to be shooed by him at all. Necessary. Maybe a translation issue. She is in the ICU. They probably do sedation because agitation could be dangerous. Yes. Yeah, saying required over necessary. Yeah, that could easily be a translation issue. That's true. I briefly wondered how he coped with the fact that the doctors had okay, here's just proof that she knows him rather well. I briefly wondered how he coped with the fact that the doctors that had operated on me were men. Because remember him shoving her into the shower, saying she smelled like another man after a BGYN had examined her. Which is still a what the fuck moment in a book made of nothing but what the fuck moments. But we have our first highlighter. I was typing the highlighted lines from the last book so I can record them for the video. Oh my god, they're so much worse than I remembered, especially with no context. Though for some of them context really wouldn't help. From what Massimo told me, I'd been shot in the kidney. It couldn't be saved. Fortunately, any healthy human has two of those, and living with a single kidney isn't impossible, provided that the one you're left with works. During the operation, my heart gave out. It wasn't surprising in and of itself. What was that the surgeons managed to start it again, so I guess you should have just stayed dead? Like, what the actual fuck? Apparently, they unclogged one thing, sewed together another, cut out something else, and all in all, that did it. So are they saying they've cured her heart condition now? Because I'm betting yeah. The leading surgeon spoke to me at length about the procedure, pointing to various data and graphs on spreadsheets. My English wasn't good enough for me to understand the details, though. Truth be told, I didn't care much. What counted was that I was going to get out of the hospital soon. Each day I felt better. My body was healing quickly, but my mind was another matter. I felt dead inside. The word baby disappeared from my lexicon, as did the name Luca. A single mention of the child, or any child for that matter, and I drowned in tears. I would say that's pretty typical. I talked to Massimo, and he opened up to me more than ever before. The only topic he refused to comment on was New Year's Eve, and it was starting to get on my nerves. 2 days before my planned discharge, I couldn't stand it anymore. The man in black had just placed a tray of food before me and rolled up his sleeves. I won't eat, I said, crossing my arms. We need to talk, and you can't refuse, saying I'm still too weak to hear it. I'm feeling great. I have the right to know what happened in Fernando Mateos' mansion. Yeah, she doesn't remember what happened. Yeah, they did some stuff, yada yada, she's cured of something. Yep, that's entirely, yep, 100% that is what they did. But before we continue with her refusing to eat like a toddler until he answers her about whatever, we have our first burn. I know. I know. And I think of all the freaking like time and effort I'm putting in researching things, including medical things and history, to get like facts actually accurate, right, so I don't sound like an idiot. Like, ugh. Like, I counted the list of things that I have researched for a novel that I've shown to nobody yet. It's 144 things. Some of those are hours of research. You know, and also that the one or two lines sound okay. Like, there's not huge history dumps in the book. It's all references and, you know, like recreation stuff, but doesn't come doesn't mean you don't have to do your homework and make sure your context is right. So, our first burnable is somehow not Baby Girl. I will never understand that. But it's Darling, and this is it. 3, 2, 1, ignition. Come on, lighter. There we go. Oh, and it catches the edge of the page and immediately tries to burn the book down. Okay, so this one is also made of flash paper because that was like 1 second and it caught several pages. Okay, so there's our first burn. The book is officially mine now. Yep, it's got char marks up the side. It's officially mine. Yeah, why research when you can just say people live with one kidney because reasons and such? That I actually know because my mom was a kidney transplant patient. So I know all about that. I was like 6 or 7 when that happened. So I understood it at that level. Massimo put the spoon down, took a deep breath, and stood up. His nostrils flared. Why do you have to be so stubborn? He shot me an angry glare, wiped his face with his hand, and took a step back. Oh, yeah, it's so stubborn of her to want to know what happened when she got shot and lost their baby. Yeah, how dare she want details of what the fuck happened? Oh, is it bad that I hope she leaves him for Nacho? Because they're going to play the angel or devil thing. They've already cast Massimo as the devil between the beard and her making that line about the devil molded his cock in the first one. Like, 6 7-year-old has a better understanding than the person who wrote the script. That's true. That's true, because I'd lived with it for many years. My mom had been in kidney failure my whole life. She went into kidney failure while she was pregnant with me, and that's why I was delivered early, because we were both dying. So it'd been my whole life, so I knew about it. All right then, how much do you remember? His voice was resigned. I dug through the recesses of my memory, recalling Nacho. My heart skipped a beat. I swallowed loudly and exhaled slowly. I remember being beaten by that son of a bitch, Flavio. Massimo's jaw tightened. And then you came. I closed my eyes, hoping this might help me recall something more. Then there was some commotion and everybody left. We were alone. I paused, hesitating. I walked towards you. I remember my head hurting badly, and then nothing. I shrugged apologetically and looked at him. He was fuming. This whole situation in my recollection must have made him feel guilty. Well, it is all his fault. And guilt wasn't something he was prepared to cope with. Yeah, sure, just that's how that works. He paced around the room, balling his fists. His chest heaved. Flavio. He shot Fernando, and then he shot at Marcelo. I stopped breathing. He missed, Massimo added. Oh, she stopped breathing when she thought Nacho, whose first name is Marcelo, and I hope that's what they call him because I will laugh every time they call him Nacho. But yeah, he missed. So Nacho is alive. I sighed with relief. He looked at me surprised. Yeah, you were just about to cry for another man, girl. Like, you ain't hiding shit. I winced, pretending to be in pain. I placed a hand on my chest and nodded at him to continue. That bald motherfucker killed him, or at least he thought so. Flavio fell over and bled over everything. That's when you fainted. He stopped for a moment. His fist balled so hard his knuckles went white. I wanted to catch you, but he got off one more shot. My eyes bulged. I couldn't breathe or say anything. It must have looked bad. Massimo surged to the bed and put his hand on my cheek, quietly checking my vitals on the screen. I was in shock. How could Nacho shoot me? Okay, wait, I thought he said somebody else. I thought he said Flavio, like, shot her. He wasn't shot. Are we saying Nacho shot her, like, he missed and hit her? What? Because he wasn't even in a position to shoot her, from what we were told. Like, I swear, they didn't keep track of who shot who, and now they're just making it up. Or he's lying to her. You know, hoping to keep her away from him because she's clearly attracted to him. So it's like, oh, he's the one who shot you and killed our baby. Now you can't love him. How could Nacho shoot me? That was something I couldn't wrap my head around. See, this is why I didn't want to talk about it, Massimo growled as one of the machines chimed in alarm. A nurse barged into the room momentarily, followed by a couple of doctors. They fussed around me, but a moment later, and another syringe emptied into my drip, I was calm again. Yeah, this is setting such a great precedent. Just drug somebody every time they get emotional. This is like, ugh, this is why I don't like certain places. But this is being horribly written. She didn't faint in the last book. No, I know. Where do we count that now? I don't know. But no, Sarah, we didn't miss it. It wasn't there. She did not faint in the last book. They've changed this. This is not how the last book ended. This is completely retconned. Because she did not faint. She got shot, and it wasn't by Nacho. So this is retconned, or he's lying. Either or. And yeah, why can't the men in these books have one name? Seriously. It's like her husband's got like 3, Nacho's got like 3 or 4. Like everybody is done something. Yeah, I'm also Team Nacho. He is the least bad of the bad guys. I mean, not that he's a good guy. He told her that he raped her in her sleep and then said he was lying about it, but also said that he lies about everything. I think he did. This time it didn't put me under. When you're counting being drugged only a little bit as win, you are in a really fucked up situation. I felt numb. I could see and understand everything, but I couldn't really react. Okay, that's worse than being put under. I am a lotus flower on the surface of a lake, I thought dumbly, as I let myself relax, watching Massimo explain what had happened to the physician. Oh yes, I was just recalling to my wife how she got shot in a mob shootout thing of grudges and revenge that was all my fault. The man gestured wildly, shouting back at my husband. Oh, Doc, you wouldn't have the balls to talk back to him if you knew who he was. Doesn't everybody know who he is? He's the most public, like, mob boss ever. He walks red carpets, for Christ's fucking sake. I knew somebody was gonna put the lead! How dare you drag Firefly into this? Firefly is too good for this shit! Yes, I am a leaf on the wind. I have at least 3 things that say that in that cabinet right there. But yes, I am a leaf on the wind. Watch how I soar. Oh, I'm counting the days until the animated series. As much as I don't do animated series, I will make an exception for Firefly. It just better not look stupid. As long as the graphic style isn't revolting or stupid or lazy, I'm okay. I'm actually hoping they will take the graphic style from the comic books, because there are comic books that continue after Serenity, or they just ignore it. So I'm hoping they will take the graphic style from there. But it might be a rights issue. Retcon assumes the writer reread anything she's written. She forgot everything. Yes, it's true. They dragged Serenity into this and fuck Josh Whedon. He's not part of the new show. I mean, he's still making money because let's face it, he owns the rights to the show. That's not going to change. He owns the rights. He's the creator of the show. He gets royalty checks out of it, but he's not involved. I am curious who they're going to cast to voice Shepherd Book. Because they have said, obviously, they're going to have to cast somebody because Ron Glass has passed away. The two men discussed something, and after a while, Massimo backed down, nodding and dropping his head. A while later, we were alone. You know, you got given. Well, for Shepherd Book they have to, because the animated series that they are doing now, and it will probably be out either late this year or early next year. I'm hoping late this year. It's not a continuation after the movie. It's picking up where the original TV series ended and filling in the gap between the end of the TV show and then the movie. So it's in that gap between the two. So Shepherd Book would still be there. So they have to cast somebody to do his voice. Unless that's changed since I heard it about a week ago. I don't know. It's all very new. They only announced like 2 weeks ago. But they have the full cast of everyone who's alive. They have the full cast on board, and they made it public. So I have a feeling it will go ahead. But there is, like, with the media merger between, like, Paramount and, like, what is it, Paramount, Warner Brothers, and whoever the hell. I don't know. I don't remember who won out in that, but the rights to everything are about to change hands, including the E.L. James book series that Paramount bought the rights to make the movie The Mister. That's about to change hands. So that could be why it went from being listed as in production to now it's listed as on hiatus again. So either it'll be permanently expunged or it will actually get made. I have a feeling they'll make it eventually just to throw it on Netflix for, like, you know, if they only put a budget of, like, say 3 to 5 million into making it, they'll make that back. So I'm sure eventually somebody will make it. I'm sure somebody will remake these someday in actual English. What happened next? I asked, my words slurred. Oh god, they gave her way too much drugs. The man in black thought for a while, watching me closely. I smiled at him with an expression of a junkie who had just gotten. I smiled at him with an expression of a junkie who'd just gotten his fix. He shook his head. So yeah, she's really, really high. Unfortunately, Flavio came to and shot you. Okay, so it wasn't Nacho who shot her. Flavio. It had been Flavio. I couldn't keep the smile off my face. Massimo must have downplayed it as an after effect of the medication the doctor had administered. He continued. Marcello killed him. Massacred, more like. He emptied his entire clip at the man. He snorted derisively and shook his head. I was tending to you when he did it. Dominic went to get help. The room was soundproof, so nobody outside heard anything. Marcello brought a first aid kit, then the ambulance came. You lost a lot of blood. Massimo stood up again. That's it. And now? What will happen now? I asked, squinting to clear my vision. Now we go home. He smiled for the first time that day. I'm asking about the Spaniards, about your business, I added, reclining on the bed. Massimo shot me a wary glance. He didn't answer for a long while. I fixed my eyes on his face. Yeah, he's not going to tell you. When has he ever told you about business? You know, like, literally, he's yelled at her for asking every time. And has been like, that is not your concern. That is men's business. That is mafioso world where you're literally a trophy that is supposed to be seen and not heard. Am I safe, or will someone else kidnap me? I asked irritably. Well, you didn't mind so much either time. I'm just pointing that out. Let's just say I set things straight with Marcello. The whole house was riddled with electronics, cameras and recording devices. The man in black dropped his head and closed his eyes. I watched the recordings. I heard what Flavio said. I know the Mateos family was framed. Fernando didn't know about what Flavio was intending by kidnapping you. Marcelo made a big mistake. I feel like this is all changed. Also, I don't care. They're making this so much complicated for no reason. He opened his eyes and they flashed with fury. But I know he saved your life and took care of you. He shook and growled. I can't stand the thought of you. He paused as I looked on, stupefied. There will be no peace, he roared, then shot up, grabbed the chair he'd been sitting on, and smashed it into the wall in the middle of the ICU. What do you bet nobody calls security and has him thrown out? Sarah, have you ever worked in an ICU? If yes, if somebody screamed, "There will be no peace," and then smashed a chair to pieces, what would the response be? I'm just curious. Ugh. Yeah, for starters, I'll bet. My son is dead and my wife nearly so, all because of that man. No! This is not Nacho's fault. He got hired to kidnap her. It was not his idea. It wasn't his plan. He was doing what his daddy ordered him to do. And he took better care of her than you do, you stupid bitch. No wonder she fell for him. Because he is filling all the needs you ignore constantly. His breathing was quick and shallow. When I watched the recording of that vile fucker torturing you, if I could, I would have killed him 1,000 times for that. Who? Who torturing her? Because if you mean Nacho, he did no such thing. Like, he's just jealous seeing her with another man because she was happy. She was happy with Nacho. She smiled with him because he was nice to her. Massimo went down on his knees in the middle of the room. His back stooped. I can't stand the fact that I didn't protect you. He's on his knees saying, I didn't protect you. That I allowed that bald bastard to take you and lead you to a place where that degenerate put his filthy hands on you. Oh yeah, that's what it is. He touched my woman. That's what it is. He didn't know, I whispered. Nacho had no idea what they were planning. Massimo's hate-filled glare pinned me into place. You defend him, he growled, then shot up and jumped towards me. You defend him after all he's done. He's going to strangle her in a hospital bed, isn't he? He loomed over me, panting. By the way, he smashed a chair against the wall. Nobody has come into this room. Nobody. I stared into them, feeling nothing. I didn't feel anger or hate or anything else. Strange. The drugs I'd been given had washed away all my emotions. Or you just don't have any, because that's been also a theme. The only sign of what was happening in my head under the surface was the tears streaking down my cheeks. I just don't want you to have enemies. It always leads to me being hurt. There's a line. There's a fucking line. We're highlighting that because it's so true. So true. There was another line that I wanted to. There we go. ICU, clinic, ER, doesn't matter. They have sheriff's deputies stationed at the hospital in addition to private security. They'd also be arrested for criminal mischief. Yeah, entirely. Entirely. And I expect nothing less. Like, I really wouldn't. I would expect nothing less. That's exactly how it should be. I said and immediately regretted it. Don't. It's true. This was an accusation. Yeah, and it's true. Without intending it to sound like that, I had just told him that everything that had happened was his fault. Because it is his fault! It is his fault! Massimo sighed and went quiet. He bit his lip. I could clearly see a silent plea for forgiveness in his eyes. How about no? He rose and turned his back on me and went to the door. I'll go get you discharged, he whispered and left. Oh yeah, she's drugged into oblivion right now. That's a real time to leave. I wanted to call him, ask him to stay, apologize, tell him that I didn't mean it. But the words stuck in my throat. You should mean it because it's true. It is all his fault. He knows it. As the door closed, I lay there in silence, immobile, staring at the ceiling. Finally, I fell asleep. She's just going to wake up at home, right? Yeah. My bladder woke me. I had recently learned to appreciate that feeling and the fact that I could finally visit the restroom on my own. Each visit was an invariable source of exaltation. My catheter had been removed, and the doctor had said that walking would do me good and that I should stretch my legs at least a couple times each day. So I had developed a habit of taking short walks accompanied by my IV stand. I thought he was taking her home. Like, what the actual fuck? I took my time in the restroom as lugging the 5-foot pole with me wasn't exactly comfortable or easy. Yeah, they can be heavy, especially since I had to manage on my own. Massimo was to be seen. The first day of my stay at the hospital, he had ordered the staff to bring me an additional bed where he would sleep. That's not happening. Money talks, as they say, so it hadn't been a problem. I don't think you can. I'm sorry, but I'm going to say an ICU ward in a hospital is one place where you having hella cash doesn't matter. I, I don't I don't foresee you being able to bribe the hospital into putting an extra bed in an ICU room for hubby to sleep on. I don't think that is a thing. He had asked them he had if he had asked them for antique furniture and a piano, they would have brought them in too. Okay, we're just going full. Okay. The sheets on the second bed were untouched, which meant that Massimo had had some urgent business he'd had to take care of during the night. Business more urgent than taking care of me. Yeah, that's why I'm surprised he was there at all. I wasn't sleepy anymore. I had slept through the day. I decided to go on an adventure and roam around the corridors on my own. Passing through the door, I latched onto the wall to keep myself upright. I stuck my head out and snorted in laughter as two tall security guards shot up to their feet at the sight of me. I waved them away and headed down the corridor, the IV pole trailing behind me. Both men followed me. I had another fit of laughter when I realized how ridiculous we must have looked. I, in my bright bathrobe and pink emus on my feet, with tousled blonde hair, leaning on the metal drip stand, followed by two burly guards in their black suits with their swept backed hair. I couldn't walk at anything even resembling a brisk pace, so our little procession moved slowly in a stately manner. Most rooms have those little reclining chairs. Why does he need a bed? Yeah, true. I don't know. I guess because we'd gone 13 pages without him flexing his power and wealth, even though it absolutely wouldn't work in a hospital. After a moment, I had to sit down and regain my strength. My body was still too weak for such long treks. My companions stopped a couple steps back. They moved their heads looking for threats, but found nothing that could be seen as overly dangerous. So they started talking. It was late in the night, but the corridor was far from empty. A nurse approached me and asked if everything was okay. I nodded and explained I was just having a rest. She left. After some time, I got up, intending to return to my room, when I noticed a familiar figure down the hall. She was standing by a large window. Impossible, I whispered and headed the woman's way. Amelia! She pulled away from the glass pane and looked at me, smiling weakly. What are you doing here? I asked, surprised. Waiting, she replied, pointing her chin at something behind the glass. I followed her with my eyes and saw a room filled with incubators. Wait, what? No! She said she just walked down the hall. There's no way. Like, the maternity ward slash NICU is not on the same floor as the ICU. They're not in the same ward. She would have had to either leave the ward, take an elevator. I doubt they're on the same floor because the NICU is definitely like the most secure place in a hospital. It's like Fort fucking Knox. They got like a whole bunch of security. They got locks and alarms, and it's basically a lockdown ward in and of itself. Like, you don't even go to that floor unless you have a reason to. Yeah, I was thinking that too. That's not how IV pole works. Yeah, you have to have it like right beside you or like push it ahead of you, you know. And they can be heavy AF because at least here sometimes they have because people lean on them because they're weak. And so people will lean on them, so they'll have those circular weights that you put on a bar, like bolted to the bottom of the IV stand so you can lean on it and it won't fall over. But it makes them a pain in the ass to drag around. Especially if you're on a floor that has carpet. Filled with incubators. There were babies in each of them, so small, some barely larger than an open palm. They looked like little dolls, just pierced with cables and tubes. Suddenly I felt weak. Luca, I thought. He would be tiny like that. No. My eyes teared up and I couldn't breathe. I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again, turning my head towards Amelia. I took a good look at her. She was wearing a bathrobe. She was a patient too. Okay, so I believe this is Nacho's pregnant sister, uh, whose hubby was the shot through the hands guy, I believe, who's now dead. Pablo was born too early, she said, wiping her nose with the sleeve of her robe, wet streaks running down her cheeks. When I learned what happened to father, and yeah, she got told and went into labor, as can happen. Her voice broke. I knew what she wanted to tell me. I reached out and wrapped my arms around her. Was I trying to cheer her up, or was that for my own sake? My bodyguards took a few steps back, giving us a bit of privacy. Amelia rested her head on my shoulder. She wept. I didn't know what she knew. Probably her brother had spared her from the gruesome details. I'm sorry for what happened to your husband, I stammered, the words leaving my mouth in a whisper. I wasn't sorry. I was happy that Nacho had shot him. He wasn't really my husband, she replied. I just called him that. I wanted him to marry me. She sniffed and straightened up. How are you feeling? Her eyes were full of concern. She looked at my stomach. Lara. The growl from behind us wasn't a good sign. I spun around and saw Massimo, fuming, storming our way. I've got to go. I'll find you, I whispered, then let her go and headed back to my husband. What do you think you're doing? He asked me irritably and sat me down in a wheelchair. Then in Italian, he berated the two ogres who dropped their eyes meekly. We returned to my room. Of course, of course. Yeah, she's not allowed to do absolutely anything. Like, can somebody sedate him so he's down to like a rational level of insanity? Massimo took me in his arms and placed me on the bed, covering me with the comforter. He wouldn't be himself if he hadn't kept babbling about how he wouldn't be himself if he hadn't kept babbling about how irresponsible I was and how such carefree behavior would put me in danger. She's been in bed for days. Let her fucking stretch her legs. Who is that girl? He asked, hanging his blazer on the back of a chair. Mother of one of the preemies, I replied, turning my head away. She's not sure if the baby will make it. My voice broke. I knew he wouldn't press. Not when I talked about a child. Why did you even go to that ward? Okay, so apparently she did wander farther. He asked with reproach. I didn't respond. The only thing that broke the silence was my husband's heavy breathing. You should rest, he said finally. We're going home tomorrow. It was a difficult night. I slept restlessly, dreaming about children, incubators, and pregnant women. I hoped that at least at home there would be something to keep my mind off the dark thoughts that plagued me. In the morning, I just couldn't wait for Massimo to leave me alone and go pester the doctors who were having a meeting about my discharge. They weren't too happy to hear that I was leaving already. My treatment wasn't finished. They did agree to let me go after they wrote a detailed treatment plan, and Massimo promised he'd stick to it no matter what. They were all Sicilians, though we were still on Tenerife. Okay, are we saying the doctors are Sicilian? Why would they be? You're in the Canary Islands. I hear the sound of a puppy. Bo! Come here, good boy. Oh, here he comes. I know, I know. There's a puppy. Come here. No, come on. Up, up. Up, up, good boy. Come on. Come on, my good boy. He's like, but I'm sleepy. Rub my belly. Come here. Everyone wants to see you. Come here, you. Come on. Up, up. Come on. That's a boy. Come on. Up, up. That's a good boy. Come on. Yes, yes. There we go. Good boy. Here's the pup. And he muted me, because of course he did. Hi, look at the puppy. Uh-huh. Notice the patch of shame. This is what he was hiding last week. He didn't want people to see where I had to cut his fur because he got into stuff that got in his fur and wouldn't come out. And he also has these patches. Yes, I know I'm manhandling you, but he doesn't care because I'm rubbing his belly. And he's got more down there right here that I'm going to cut out later because I just noticed that. So yeah, he's got patchy fur. See? He's got all kinds of patchy fur. Notice how he doesn't give a flying fuck how I am holding him right now. Because he's being petted and he's being held and he looks like a dork right now. Like somebody screen grab this. Look at how I'm holding him. He's insane right now. And you don't care at all because I'm rubbing your chest. I am holding your butt and your tail and you're just a happy dog. You're just a happy doggy. Yes, you're just a happy doggy, aren't you? He's just completely chill right now. Oh, you're so sweet. You just don't give a damn how I hold you. As long as I'm petting you, you don't care. You're good. You're good, aren't you, baby? Yeah. Rub the belly. Always rub the belly, yes. Rub the belly. Oh, he's so cute. Yes, he's so cute. He didn't even try to steal a duck today. Yes, you were a good boy, weren't you? Yes, you're so good. Oh, yes, he's my happy baby. He's my happy, happy baby. My little precious. Yes, you are. Yes, yes. I promised him a chip when we finally get the chips open because he likes chips. He actually does. I think he just likes them because they're crunchy. But he likes chips. Probably the salt too. Because dogs tend to like things with salt, and I'd imagine chips are pretty salty to him. Yes. If we get to open the chips, I promise to feed you a chip. I will pick him up and feed him a chip on screen. Everyone will get to see him enjoy his treat. Right, Bo? Yeah. That sound like a good idea? Feeding you food? Yeah. He says feeding him food is a good idea. Mm-hmm. Yes, he also swears that he has not had a full bowl of kibble today, and there's not a full bowl in the kitchen waiting for him in case he's hungry. No, no. He's a poor, starving little puppy. He needs people to send him treats. Uh-huh. I'm still working on finding some chicken treats for him that I deem acceptable. There's so much salt in them. Like when you get into the ingredients, there's so much salt and filler and so processed, and I don't want to feed him that garbage. So I'm trying to find some acceptable treats for him. Yes, because I want to feed you good food. Yes. Yes, that's what we want. We want to feed you good. Yeah. Okay. There's our first puppy fix. I'm sure he will return. Yes, okay. I'm gonna put you on your pillow, okay? Yes, I'm gonna put you on your pillow. And you can just sit there and wait until you want to interrupt again, okay? Okay? Sleepy little boy? Yeah, you're so sleepy. You're so sleepy. You're a good boy. Yes. Okay, see. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye, duck. I promise I won't chew it. Unless nobody's looking, and then it's fair game. Look at what he's doing. Look at what he's doing. He's trying to grab the Yoshi duck. He's thinking about it. He was thinking about it. Yeah, and then you noticed I can still see you. Yeah. He was for a second there. He was thinking about that. Yep. Yep. You were seriously considering it, weren't you? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I know. I know it's not fair. I know, little baby. I know. Don't worry. Oh, love you. Mwah. Love you. I know. I won't get lipstick on your fur. I know it stains. I know. I know. You're so sweet. Squishy cuddle. Okay. Here you go. On your pillow. Good boy. That's a good boy. Mm. Yes. Okay. Yes. Shake the ears. Okay. You got nice fresh water. There you go. Yeah, that may be our quote of the evening. Rational level of insanity. It's about all you can get in these. Stretch break. Oh, I've got to learn to sit up straight. Oh. You know what I want to get is one of those really high, like really high wedge pillows because I sleep so much better partly sitting up, but pillows move around too much and they get flat. Uh, I decided to use a bit of that time to go see Amelia. I put on the comfy sweatpants and shirt Massimo had left me, grabbed a pair of my shoes, and went to the door. I stuck my head out carefully. To my relief, there was no one around. There was a brief moment where I felt unease. Maybe someone had been there, killed my guards, and was now coming for me. So she officially has PTSD. I quickly settled down, remembering where we were. I was safe. I headed down the corridor. I would not be assuming I was safe anywhere. I'm looking for my sister, I said, stopping at the reception desk on the maternity ward. An older nurse, perched on a revolving stool behind the counter, said something in Spanish, rolled her eyes, and went somewhere. A moment later, a young woman took her place. She smiled. What can I help you with? She asked in English. I'm looking for my sister, Amelia Mateos. She was a patient here. Premature birth. The woman glanced at her monitor and gave me the room number, pointing in the right direction. A moment later, I stopped at the door, ready to knock. What the hell am I doing here? I thought. I'm going to visit a girl whose man kidnapped and tortured me, who is now dead. I'm going to ask her how she feels. This is just too surreal. I couldn't believe what I was about to do. What are we referring to as torture? Like, seriously, what are we referring to as torture with Nacho? What the fuck did he actually do? I mean, yes, he kidnapped her. That is true. But he treated her better than her husband does. You know, he cooked for her. She watched him surf. Nacho isn't the one who beat her, though. That was his father. You know, his father's the one who said, bring her to me, and Nacho didn't like it because he wanted to keep her as his very own. It was the father that beat her, not Nacho. He just taught her how to paddleboard. I mean, he was flirting with her constantly and hitting on her and like, hey, why don't you sleep with me? I know you're having sex dreams about me. Maybe that's what they're referring to. I don't know. You know, or maybe because he didn't stop the beating. Was he even in the room? Right, Amelia's man is the one with shot hands. Okay, I probably read that. Ugh, need more caffeine. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm just, my brain is getting too confused with all these people. Because there's no lead up to any of these people. They're not like slowly brought in. We don't spend time with them or know something about them. They don't matter outside of the one scene that they're in and then they're gone. So thank you for paying better attention than me right now. I really mean that because somebody needs to. Laura, I heard someone behind me saying. I turned around. It was Amelia. She stood right next to me with a bottle of water in her hand. I came to check on you, I mumbled. She opened the door and went in, pulling me along. The room was larger than mine. It had an adjoining living room and an additional bedroom? It was an apartment. The scent of lilies filled the air. There were hundreds of them everywhere. In a hospital? I'm sorry, what the fuck? On the maternity ward, we're saying there is a room that has an adjoining living room and an additional bedroom, and it's okay to fill it with lilies, one of the most like allergy causing flowers ever, in a hospital in the maternity ward. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't think that is not any hospital room ever. Even in a private hospital, I don't think it would be like that big. Maternity ward rooms are larger. I bet, because there's going to be times where you need a fuck ton of people and equipment in there. So, yeah, I fully understand that they need more space. But yeah, that's excessive. Because space is always at a premium in a hospital. Ugh. Oh, I'm getting hungry already. My brother brings me a fresh bouquet every day. She sighed and sat down. I felt paralyzed. Panicking, I looked around and took a step back. Don't worry, he's gone for today, she said, sending me a curious look. He told me everything. Oh, is she finally aware of what her brother and now dead would-be husband really do for a living? What did he say? I asked, sitting in the armchair facing Amelia. She dropped her head. The woman looked like a shadow of herself. There was no sign of the beautiful, lively girl I had known. I know you weren't together and that my father ordered him to kidnap you. Marcelo was supposed to keep you comfortable and care for you. She leaned in closer. I'm not stupid, Laura. I know what Fernando Mateos did for a living. I know who my family are, but I didn't know Flavio was in on it. She paused and looked at my stomach and shivered. How is the baby? She started, but grew silent, seeing my eyes watering. Well, if her baby was in, you would know if her baby was in an incubator next to yours, wouldn't you? You know that it's not. Why are you? She shut her eyes and I saw the first tears flowing down her cheeks. I'm so sorry, she whispered. You lost your baby because of my family. This is true. And because of her husband. It's not your fault, Amelia. You're not the one who should apologize, I said as calmly as I could. We can both thank our men for that. Yes, this is true. This is true. You should thank yours for the fact that Pablo is now fighting for his life, and I should thank mine for even being here in the first place. I'd never spoken this way aloud. The bitterness in my words shocked me. This was the first time I'd voiced my resentment towards Massimo. Well, yeah, if you tell him he's just gonna, I don't even know what, but it'll be bad. I wasn't being entirely honest with Amelia. The only man fully responsible for all that had been Flavio, but I didn't want to bring her down even more. No, he's not the only one responsible. There's enough blame to go around here. How's your baby doing? I asked, stifling a sob. I wanted all the best for the kid and his mother, but the words didn't come lightly. I think he's getting better, she smiled. My brother took care of everything, as you can see. He bribed or terrorized the doctors into submission. They treat me well. Pablo has the best care available, and he's getting stronger by the day. We talked for a few minutes more, but then I realized that if the man in black saw me here, there would be trouble. Yeah, see, this is on the list of things I would not tolerate in a marriage. Having to go, oh, I shouldn't be talking to this person because hubby won't like it and he'll get mad. Yeah, if that's the case, he's not going to be hubby or wifey. Works both ways. But yeah, if you're in a relationship and they're telling you like you're not allowed to have friends or talk to people, get out of the relationship. I need to go, Amelia. We're returning to Sicily today. I pushed myself up with a quiet moan. Wait, Laura, there's one more thing. I shot her a look. Marcello, I'd like to talk about my brother. My eyes widened as Amelia started talking. I don't want you to hate him. I think he. I have nothing against the man, I cut in, afraid of what she was about to say. Seriously, give him my best. I have to go now. I added and practically ran out of the room, placing a quick kiss on her cheek and giving her a brief hug. That is not running out of the room. In the corridor, I leaned against the wall, trying to slow my breathing. I felt nauseous and there was a searing pain in my chest. But I couldn't hear my heart, which was a strange new sensation. There was none of that deafening thrum in my head that always accompanied my panic attacks. For a moment I considered returning to Amelia's room and asking her to finish what she was going to say. But I stopped myself. Instead, I headed towards my room. End of chapter. So we're two whole chapters in. And 18 pages. So far we've got a whole lot of nothing. We've got a retconned retelling of who shot who. You don't know if evil or brother or ex-whore or dead or alive. I could have swore that she got like shot in the chest, but I might just be thinking in the movie. The movie and the book are radically different. For anyone who wasn't there for the movie night, the movie did its own thing. It had very little resemblance to the book. They also recast about half the roles because I guess Netflix didn't want to film in Sicily because they definitely were not in Italy or the actual Canary Islands filming. They were on a great beach somewhere. But I promise you it was somewhere local. Because, you know, they didn't want to put that much money into them. They dropped the fashion porn, which was nice. It is still wall to wall music, by the way. If you plan to watch that movie, there's like maybe 6 lines of dialogue in the whole thing that don't have music playing over them. There's constant songs that have nothing to do with the scene that are all discount versions of good pop songs. The one song we did recognize was in a dance scene. It's a waltz song that everybody knows, and 4 people immediately went, "That has to be out of copyright," and sure enough, it is. It's royalty-free music, which is why the only decent song and the only one we all recognized was in there, because it's like, yeah, this movie's not good enough for that song, and they can't afford it. But no, it's royalty-free, so that's why they get to use it. It was still hilarious, though. And the excessive slow-mo at the end, oh, is just crazy. Like, I swear there's a moment in the ultra slow-mo shootout scene where it just pauses. I swear the movie just pauses for like a full 4 or 5 seconds when Massimo and Nacho are both like this. They're both aiming at an evil or twin brother and ex-whore, and they're both like this, and their coats are like flowing in the wind. I swear it just pauses for like 4 seconds on a still shot of them. But chapter 3. Motherfuck, Olga exclaimed, thundering into my bedroom and seeing me still in bed. How long do I have to wait for you, bitch? She threw herself at me, arms outstretched, but stopped halfway, remembering just how many stitches I had in me. Oh, are we also going to have to contend with this, by the way? Because if she's had major surgery, she's had abdominal surgery and she had open heart surgery, so she's going to have massive scars. Are we going to contend with this? Because she's the most vain, shallow, like materialistic princess in the world. He clearly liked her body a lot and in a certain way. She is very narcissistic and obsessed with her looks. So is there going to be anything around her having to adjust to having these giant scars on her body, especially one that probably runs right through her boobs, and would be visible in all the, barely there low cut stuff that she wears? Or is this going to be Magic Land where scars don't exist? I'm curious how the movie will handle that, because in the movie she just got shot through the side, so they can do like a little bullet wound kind of thing discreetly, but not all of this. Nothing discreet about it. She knelt on the bed instead, fixing me with a stare, tried her best to keep a straight face, and burst out crying. I was so afraid for you, she cried. When they kidnapped you, I don't know what. She sobbed uncontrollably. This is very out of character, but she's been inconsistent throughout, so whatever. I grabbed her hand and patted it gently as Olga snuggled against me and cried. I was supposed to stop you from crying, not the other way around. She wiped away her tears and raised her eyes to look at me. You're so thin, she moaned. How are you feeling? Not counting the pain after all the surgeries, the fact that I missed a month and that I lost my baby, I'm feeling great, thank you. That was some warranted sarcasm. She must have heard the sarcasm in my voice as she dropped her head. For a long while she kept quiet, thinking. Finally she breathed in, and she'd been holding her breath while trying to think. She can't do 2 things at once. It wouldn't surprise me, because everyone in this is ridiculously stupid. Massimo didn't tell your parents, she grimaced. There we go! So we do get an explanation as to why her parents weren't there. He didn't tell them! What would he have done if she died? Your mother's going batshit with fear, and he's stringing her along. When they wanted to say goodbye to you when they were leaving, he told me to tell them. Can you imagine? He told me to lie to them. I told them that Massimo got you a surprise trip and staged a kidnapping. She raised her eyebrows. Pretty fucking crazy, right? His story was that he kidnapped you and took you to the Caribbean as a Christmas present. It's far and the reception there is shit, so that's convenient. Really, in 2022, her parents are believing that long distance phone calls are not a thing? And sure, let's go with the staged kidnapping. Remember early on when I said that the whole the whole series was going to be revealed to be a staged kidnapping that Laura had orchestrated? I still maintain that for the first book, but I don't think it's going to be that in the end because it's just gone off a whole other batshit cliff. Ugh. Sniffly. I fed that bullshit to your mother 3 straight weeks each time she called. Sometimes she didn't believe me, so I wrote to her on Facebook. As you, of course, Olga shrugged. But she's not that stupid. Okay, what the hell? Yes. So happy I fell asleep 2 minutes into a nearly 2-hour movie. Yes, I know. I know. What did you think of the golf clip I sent you the other day? Because that's real. I didn't think you quite made it that far, but yeah. Yeah, Seth Dale had the best response to the movie, which was immediately falling asleep. That was the best thing you could have done. So bad. So bad. Uh yeah, I mean, since we are at the half-hour mark or halfway mark, oh my brain. I'm going to remind everyone that we have plenty of ducks left to sponsor, including our wonderful painted ducks. Chip bag falling on ducks. Chip bag falling on ducks. Why is there so much crap on my desk all the time? This is what my desks look like when I clean them for Saturday, and there's still way too much crap. But we have our random ducks. We have our painted ducks that are wonderful and awesome and right here. We have handcuffs for the rest of the evening for 25. The ducks are 10. I forgot to say that. Or if you want to see me eat some chips or drink whatever the hell these Skittles things taste like, if you would like to find out what these taste like, and make me chug one, we have these in all of their flavors: strawberry, orange, green apple, and grape. Dealer's choice. If you sponsor one of those, you get to pick the flavor. Those are for 50. So that is our sponsorship tiers. If you would like to help a girl out, with things like bills. Which reminds me, I gotta spend tomorrow like prepping stuff because my building sucks. Yeah, I learned this. They put notices up by the elevator. Thank God I check it like every day because there's always something. On Monday, the water is going to be off for the whole building all day. It says from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I don't believe them. Doesn't say why. Never does. So the water will be off all day Monday. But then, worse than that, because the water goes off all day like every other month here. So I can deal with it. But worse than that, on Wednesday, for reasons unknown, and believe me, on Monday I'm going to call and find out what those fucking reasons are. On Wednesday, the power is going off in the entire building all fucking day. 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Doesn't say why. It says something about routine maintenance, which I don't believe them. But I cannot stand not having power. It triggers the shit out of like every version of my PTSD. They all get mad when there's no power. For multiple reasons. One, it makes me feel blatantly unsafe. Two, it makes things dark, and I don't like dark. Even in the daytime, it makes things dark. Three, I live online. No power equals no internet equals no computer equals my entire world is literally gone because I really do live online. I have for a long time. And 3 or 4, I forget which point I'm on, I need noise all the time. I need something playing, music, videos, usually more than one thing, all the time. Even when I'm sleeping, there is something playing next to my head. And if it stops, I will wake up immediately because I need noise. So not having power all day is the equivalent of my being in hell. Is the equivalent of my being forced to visit hell for an entire day. And there's not even a good reason. I promise you, whatever the reason is, it's because they didn't do something a long time ago. And now something is broken. this is what they have to do. You did see that part. Yeah, we were all expecting the golf ball to go into a, yeah, and then, for her to pop it out like a Japanese porno. At least I have a book. You know what? I'm hoping my friend in the UK sent me a book. He hasn't told me what it is, but he said he sent me a book. It should get here sometime next week. I'm hoping it gets here before Wednesday or on Wednesday. So I can be reading that, whatever it is. He won't tell me. He just said he was at a book fair and saw something that he knew that I would love, and so has put it in the mail and it's on its way here, but he won't tell me what it is. So I have no idea. And coming from him, it literally just could be anything. His Yeah, it could just be anything. So I have no idea what book it is, but yeah, maybe I'll spend all day reading that if it gets here in time. Usually stuff from the UK is pretty fast because everything is airmail, because it's an island. So everything gets an airmail. It does tend to get here quickly. Unless it's heavy enough. If it's heavy enough, it does go by boat. So I'm not sure. But I think a book would be pretty light. I mean, I know it's not like an encyclopedia or anything because that would be too expensive to send. So it's probably just like a little paperback or a comic or something. Something that's affordable to send through the mail. But we'll see because I don't know what it is. I am going to make sure all my battery packs are charged so I can keep my laptop and my cell phone going as long as possible for noise, because once it's completely quiet, that's when my panic will just start ratcheting up and there's no stopping it. Like, and just go into full panic mode because my brain doesn't have any noise to push back at it. And so it just goes with the spinning and the dark thoughts and all that. And there's no reasoning with it. Because that's why they call it the irrational part of your brain. It doesn't listen to reason, even when it really fucking should. It's the difference between knowing factually that you are safe and okay and knowing it. She lay down next to me and hid her face in her hands. Do you have any idea what it was like? Each lie led to two others. Each story was less believable than the last. Like, at some point, she is just going to have to come clean with her family because, like, you can't keep this up. You have, so what did you end up with? I asked. That you were doing business on Tenerife and you lost your phone. Uh-huh. I shook my head, shooting her a glance. And here we go again. I'll have to lie to my mother once more, I thought. Or you could, tell her the truth in some fashion. You don't have to be completely, you don't have to be overly honest, but you can be honest enough. I mean, that's how I got away with a lot of shit when I was a teenager. I told the truth, I just didn't tell all of it. Give me your phone. Massimo didn't give me back my own. That's because I had it all along, she replied, fishing out my smartphone from the nightstand dresser. When they took you, I found it in the corridor at the back of the hotel. She sat up. You know what? I think I'm going to leave you alone now. I nodded and took the phone from her, selecting Mom from the contacts list. Should I tell her the truth, or should I lie? And if I lied, what should I tell her? After a moment of deliberation, I decided that honesty would simply be too cruel. Like, are you just gonna make up lies every time you talk to your mother for the rest of your life? Because this is never gonna stop. Like, can the book end with her, Massimo, and Nacho, and Olga, and Dominic all dead? Can we just go full Shakespeare? Kill everyone in the last 5 pages? Can we do that? Especially now when everything was finally in order. What is she going to tell her mother about the pregnancy? Her mom knew she was pregnant. You got to tell her something. Especially now when everything was finally in order and she was starting to really like my husband. Yeah, your husband who just bought her a lot of stuff and she's as materialistic and shallow as you. I took a deep breath and dialed Mom's number. Get one of those crank up flashlights, rickety little things while you wind them and you'll have light too. I do need to get one of those. That is on my list. It is on my list of things that I need. Yeah, because I don't have one of those and I do want one. I have some of those little, like, on the stretchy band, the headlamp things somewhere. Do I know where those are? I might know where those are. I know where my big red flashlight is, and the battery on that should still be good. I haven't used it that much. So it should be. Do I know where that is? Yeah, there's only like 1 of 3 places it could be. I think it's in my bedroom. Yeah, I think it's still in my bedroom from the last time there was a blackout. You know, it might be in my bathroom. Because my bathroom is pitch black without the light on. Because it's not in the path of any windows, so it is pitch black. So, yeah, I do put a flashlight in there when the power's out, because otherwise you literally are going to, you can't see anything. And it's really tiny. Oh, that also means I should get up early. No, you know what? Screw it. I'm not getting up early to take a shower. I'll take a shower before I go to bed the night before. Uh, Laura, my mother's shrill cry practically exploded in my skull. Why didn't you call earlier? I was so scared. Your father was worried too. I'm okay, I lied, feeling tears pooling in my eyes. We only just returned. I lost my phone. I don't get it. What's going on? I knew she'd see through my deception at once. I also knew I had to tell her sooner or later. Yeah, duh. I had an accident. I sighed. She said nothing. I drove a car and someone crashed into me and my voice broke. Tears cascaded down my face. And I tried to finish the sentence again and failed. A great sob burst out of my mouth. I lost the baby, Mommy. The terrible silence stretched. She was crying too. I knew it. Oh, my sweet little girl, she whispered. She wouldn't be able to say anything more. Oh, yeah, everyone knew she was pregnant because she announced that it was a boy at Christmas to everyone. Ugh, that's gonna get awkward. Mommy, okay, I'm sorry, there's an age limit on saying mommy. I know it's a terrible moment, but there is a limit. Neither of us was able to talk, so we stayed quiet and cried together. Though we were thousands of miles apart, I could feel her with me. Ow, son of a bitch. Ugh. Trying to read while in significant pain because I'm definitely not pregnant and my body's reminding me of that by being a fucking bitch right now. Ow, motherfucker. Ugh. Somebody could take the ice pick out of my right side. Oh. Though we were thousands of miles apart, I could feel her with me. I'll come, she said finally. I'll be there with you. No, Mom, we have to cope with this on our own. Massimo needs me more than ever now, and I him. I'll come to you as soon as I feel a bit better. When has he ever needed you? He needs you to stick his dick in every now and then. He doesn't fucking need you. And he's never, like, been there for you in any kind of emotional way. If anything, he's been the exact opposite and made it worse. Son of a bitch. It took a long while to convince her that I'm really an adult and I have a husband who I should support in this difficult time. He doesn't need your support. He's fine, trust me. In the end, she conceded defeat. Our talk was cathartic, but at the same time, when we finally hung up, I felt exhausted. I fell asleep. A commotion from downstairs woke me. Oh. Okay, that's better. The fireplace crackled with fire. I got up and headed to the door. I saw Massimo tossing some more wood into the fireplace. I closed my fingers on the railing and slowly descended the stairs. My husband was wearing suit trousers and a button-down black shirt. I stopped and he raised his head to look at me. "Why did you get up?" he mumbled and took a step back, vaulting over the couch and staring into the fire. Just visually picture that for a minute. Yeah, it's funny. You need to rest. Go back to bed. How about fuck you? I've been in bed for a month. Not without you, I said, sitting down next to him. Oh my god, are they gonna have sex? Are they gonna have sex now? Is that what's going on? Is there about to be sex? I can't sleep with you. Massimo grabbed a nearly empty liquor bottle and poured himself another glass of amber liqueur. Bitch, and I'm saying the author, bitch, pick a fucking brand of booze. Okay? Doesn't even have to be a brand. Just say scotch or rye or whiskey or whatever else is amber colored. What the fuck is with this amber colored liquid? What the actual fuck? I could hurt you, and I've hurt you enough. Oh, he's afraid to touch her now. We're playing that trope. I mean, he might have a point. She is, like, recently had two massive surgeries. So yeah, it might be a good time for hands off, especially how violent and rough he gets. Like, I'm sure choking her is not a good idea right now, but when is it ever? Oh, we have something. Okay, we have. Oh, Sethil, you're such a sweetheart. I'm giving you hugs. I'm giving you air hugs over the internet. Big, big hugs. Big hugs. And mwah, kiss on the cheek. Because you are the best, and apparently this is at my discretion. So, give me a sec to figure out how to split this up. Okay. Brain work. My brain doesn't want to work. Okay, I have Skittles. Let's start with the Skittles. Oh, thank you for the hugs bag. Big, 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 big hugs. Cuddle, cuddle, cuddle. Mwah, kiss on the other cheek. Okay, we're going to start with the Skittles because I really do want to see what one of these things tastes like. Just to know if they're disgusting or they're sour or they're pure sugar. Like, they supposedly have 0 sugar, but there's also a disclaimer on the back that says does contain sugar. So I'm not really sure what to do about that. We have our wine glass full of water. Okay. Okay, I have something to stir it with. Yes, it's a knife. Okay, so let's see. What flavor should we try first? Yeah, I'm usually a grape person, but for some reason I want to try the green apple because it looks good. So, here we are. Green apple Skittles pack. And I figured it out. It's written in American, but I translated. This is how much water you're supposed to pour it into. Okay, it says these are terrible. They're not. Okay, let's just say it says tear here It's not perforated at all, and this is like heavy-duty plastic. So no, these are not. No, it's not like there's not a like nick in it to tear it. So no, you can't tear it. But this is what scissors are for. I know, right? That was my thought. That was my fucking thought. I'm like, it says 0 sugar, and then there's a note on the back saying contains, what was it, like, how does it say? Yeah, it says, because I guess some of the ingredients have an asterisk beside them, and it says, adds a trivial amount of sugar. So they didn't directly put sugar in this, but some of the ingredients have sugar in them, is what they're saying. Oh, I didn't know Skittles is owned by Mars. Their copyright's on the back. Wow, I did not know that Mars owned Skittles. Okay. It smells green apple-y. Like, I don't have the best sense of smell right now because I'm stuffy, but yeah, smells like fake green apple. Smells like a little like green apple shampoo. I'm definitely getting a shampoo vibe from it. But here we go. All right. Whoa! Look at the color. Holy shit. I wasn't expecting color. That is, I don't want to spill on my keyboard, but that is some bright green. Let me get my cell phone flashlight on because I want, this is like some neon green. Okay, look at this. Look at the color of this. I haven't even mixed it yet. Look at the color. Yes, I do. I have this to stir it with. Okay. All the little granules that have all sunk to the bottom. Give it a nice big stir. Is it all melted? Yep. Okay, at least it dissolves quickly. Better than some other things. Hi, floppy ears. Hi. I'm coming out from under your puppy bed. It looks like engine. Yes! Antifreeze! I was trying to think, what does this look like? You're right, it's antifreeze. No, it's an American product. I don't think Canadian laws would allow it to be labeled that way. You're correct. You're correct. It wouldn't. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell they'd be able. No, you can't say 0 sugar if there is, in fact, sugar. No, you would not get away with that. Also, what was weird is there's 30 in here. There's actually 31 in this box. I counted, but it says clearly on the box that there's 30 of these drink mixes in this box, and yet on Amazon the title listing said there were 40. So I was assuming it would be 10 per flavor, 4 flavors, 10 each, 40 drink mixes. That makes sense. But it was only after I ordered it that I noticed on the box it actually says 30. So I wasn't sure which was true. And it's 30. Hi, you're a puppy. Oh, hi. We're insisting. We're insisting. We're insisting. And he muted me. I was saying I'm not feeding any of this to the dog because I don't want him to have it. But I will hold you. All right, I'm going to do a sip before I chug because I just want to get the flavor. Oh, it tastes like candy, all right. It's hella sweet. It's very Kool-Aid. It's very, 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 very Kool-Aid. But it's like Kool-Aid and lime. And there's something, I don't know, there's something slimy. Like it tastes slimy. even though the texture is not, or I'd be vomiting. Okay, I just got a headache. There is definitely a cup or two of sugar in this. It's so sweet. But yeah, that is the most artificial fake green apple. It's not really green apple. Okay, seriously, my stomach is like not liking this. I maybe shouldn't have done that. Okay, I'm gonna get this down quickly in case it comes back up, which it might, noting that there's something to throw up into there. Okay, if I put you down really fast, I'm not mad at you. I just don't want to puke on you, okay? Okay, yeah, he agrees. He's a good boy. Well, here's to us, here's to love, here's to all the times that we fucked up. Uh, uh, it made me hungry. It made me hungry. All of that. They're like undissolved pieces. Ah. All I can taste is sugar. A lot of sugar. Oh, they are so lying about that being zero sugar. Like, they're just lying. Just, God, is that sweet. It doesn't taste bad. It's just really, really sweet. It's like 95% sugar, 5% really, really fake green apple flavor. But it definitely tastes like Kool-Aid. And I guess the rest of the flavor that I don't really recognize is Skittle flavor. But it tastes like candy. They definitely nailed the taste like candy. They got that. So if that was the goal, I'm assuming it tastes how a green Skittle tastes, and it probably is very accurate. I've never had actual Skittles. I had one time when I was like 6 or 7, whenever they first came out, because I remember my cousin had a pack. They were new, and we were in the back of the car, and she gave me one, and I tried it, and I wound up spitting it out into that pouch on the back of the seat in front of you, because I'd been told not to spit out food I didn't like, which, I'm sorry, I don't like it. I'm going to spit it out. I still do that to this day, and I don't think it's rude. But yeah, I spit it into the seat pouch, and she saw but didn't tell me. But that was the only time I ever attempted to eat a Skittle. But it wasn't the taste necessarily. It's because they're gummy in the middle, and I don't like gummy candy, and I didn't know that. So I spit it out. Oh my god. Oh, okay, my stomach is not enjoying this, but that's okay. It's not that bad. It's just really sugary. Artificial sweeteners that acts like a laxative, like they're sugar-free gummy bears? Yeah. Red or purple or I'm trying the grape one next. The grape is definitely next because I like grape flavored things. Like, I like grape Kool-Aid is the only one I will drink. And on the rare occasion I had a soda as a child, it was grape or orange. I also enjoy some Orange Crush. I haven't had any in like forever, but that's okay. Freaking moths, get out of here. But we are going to put the cuffs on because that will make me happy. And then I will choose 2 ducks, and that will round everything out. We will leave the ducks for now. For now, we're going to put the cuffs on and hug a puppy. Yes, I'll hug a puppy who just farted. Puppy just stinky farted. Didn't you? See how he has no shame? No shame at all. He can put out the most toxic dog farts and not even, like, react. Can't you? Yes. You don't even know. You don't even know. You just want your belly rubbed. Notice how he just goes flop. Doesn't care that I'm holding him in a ridiculous way. Green Skittles are the worst. So I was worried about the orange because I'm not a huge fan of orange. Is it grape? In the US, some things that are purple are watermelon. Don't ask for the reasoning? What? According to the box, it says it's grape. I will let you know if it tastes like watermelon. Watermelon would be better though. Watermelon's a good flavor. But yeah, I want to know who decided that purple was a good watermelon flavor. Let me turn the flashlight off on my phone so I don't kill the battery. Wow, that ate 6% of my phone charge in like a minute and a half. Wow. All right, here's the key because we practice safety here. It will not be double locked. That would be safe. Other key is on a string around my monitor. As always, it is within reach, so I will never be keyless because that would be unsafe. Oh, put one of them on a little too tight. Hey, I almost think I'd make a good magician's assistant, except A, I'm too big. You have to be very tiny to be a magician's assistant because you got to fit into things. But as an escape artist, I'm actually not bad, mostly with ropes and strings. We got in trouble at school for doing that one day. Hey, there were 3 of us stuck outside the office for over an hour waiting to be. I was there because I was working there. 2 other boys were there because they were in trouble for something, but the principal was like on a marathon phone call. So we were all just waiting outside, and so I guess I was feeling evil that day. I was bored out of my skull. There was an ongoing thing with my school. It was the year that I was on crutches and my classroom was on the second floor. And my school kept going back and forth on whether I was allowed to go up the stairs with my crutches. There was no elevator in the school. Even though I was perfectly capable of going up the stairs and down the stairs on my crutches. I didn't have a problem doing it. One day it was okay, the next day it wasn't, and whenever it wasn't, they didn't have any way to accommodate. So I would get stuck in the library where I'm trying to fucking work, but there's classes coming in and out constantly. And I've got my leg up on a chair and I've got crutches next to me, and we're the oldest ones in the school. Well, we're the 4-5 split class. So there's kindergartners coming up to me in their kindergarten little kid way going, "What happened to your leg? What are those? Why are you in here?" So I'm trying to work and I'm trying to be polite to little kids because you can't say fuck off, I'm trying to work. But I was getting interrupted every 10 seconds. So then it was decided, for some reason, there was a desk beside the principal's that was just always there. And so I was sitting there working when the 2 boys showed up. We were all bored. It was one of those let's get in trouble moments. So they took their shoelaces out of their shoes and tied them together and then started tying my hands behind my back around the chair, or tying me to the chair and then seeing how quickly I could get out of it. So we played escape artist for like an hour till we got caught. Secretary gave us a hella weird look when she caught us because my hands were tied behind my back on the chair, and she just was like, "What are you doing?" And we're like, "What? We're just playing a game." And she was like, "Stop that!" I was like, "Why? We're not hurting anything." Either a pink color or purple in the stuff. I see. Never green like the hull of a watermelon. I've seen pink watermelon flavored stuff because the inside is pink. So I think pink is like a reasonable watermelon color. But yeah, purple is just weird. Like that sounds like we made a new flavor, but we've used every other color. All we have left is purple. Well, fuck it. Let's make it purple. Like that's what that sounds like. Like why is bubblegum pink? Because it was the only color the inventor had. Uh, I sighed heavily and lifted his arm, squeezing myself into a snuggle, but he slid back. What happened on Tenerife? There was a hint of accusation in his voice and something else. Something I had never heard from him. Oh, so he wants to know, did you cheat on me? We're getting to it. We're getting to it earlier than I thought we would. Are you drunk? I turned his head towards me. Well, there's an empty bottle of booze, so I'm going to say, yeah, he's drunk. And since you're not pregnant anymore, possibly coked out of his mind as well. His eyes stared into mine. There was anger in them. You didn't answer my question. He raised his voice. Thoughts traveled at the speed of light through my head. No, they didn't, 'cause you're not that smart. Especially one question. Does he know? Had someone told him what had happened at the beach house? How could he know I had a thing for Nacho? Because it's obvious? You didn't answer me either. I got up, too fast. Pain flared through my side, and I grabbed the armrest of the couch to steady myself. But you don't have to say anything. You're hammered. I don't want to talk to you. You will, he snapped, shooting up behind me. You're my goddamn wife and you will answer my questions. Okay, you can fuck all the way off. Took till page 22 for him to become a violent monster. He flailed his arms, smashing the glass on the floor. Shards flew all over the room. I cringed. He loomed over me, his jaw tightening and palms balled into fists. I said nothing. I was scared. When I didn't respond, Massimo spun around and left. Okay. There was glass everywhere. I sat down on the couch, afraid to walk barefoot through the room. A memory materialized in my head out of nowhere. Nacho collecting pieces of a broken plate so I didn't hurt myself. I recalled him lifting me up and carrying me away before brushing the pieces off the floor. Dear God, I whispered, afraid of what my mind was suggesting. It is not news to her that she has a thing for him. She had sex dreams of him licking her pussy. Like, come on. I curled on the couch, grabbing a blanket and pulling it over myself. I looked into the fire and quickly fell asleep. She's gonna sleep through this whole book, I swear to God. The next days or weeks looked exactly the same. Okay, so we're just time warping ahead here. Okay. I lay in bed, cried, thought about the past, and cried some more. Massimo worked, though I had no idea what he did exactly. I barely saw him, so everything's back to normal, because that's how their marriage was before all this. He would show up with doctors or during physio or examinations. He didn't sleep with me. I didn't even know where he slept. The mansion was so big and had so many bedrooms that it was futile to even start looking for him. You know, I bet you could figure out which one he's been using. This can't go on, Laura, said Olga, sitting by me in the garden. You're all right now. You're feeling well and you're acting as if you were dying. She had her face in her hands. Enough of this. Massimo's always angry and taking Dominic keeps taking Dominic away. You're crying or lying around like a rag doll. What about me? She's such a good friend. She's such a good friend. Yeah, you're recovering from like major surgery. Like she's recovering from fucking open heart surgery and cesarean and losing the baby and getting shot. But hey, I'm bored and your husband keeps taking away my fuck doll boyfriend that I'm engaged to. Do we think we get the wedding of Dominic and Olga in this? Do we think we see them get married or is that just going to linger? Because they got engaged. Do we think Olga's going to be pregnant by the end of the book? That's entirely possible. I looked at her. She was fixing me with an expectant stare. Leave me alone, I muttered. No can do. She jumped to her feet and reached out a hand. Get dressed. We're going out. I'll say this as gently as I can. Fuck you. Yeah, that would be my response too. I'm not gonna lie. My eyes wandered back to the calm sea. Olga was fuming. The heat of her fury was palpable. I gotta highlight something. Yep. Okay. You know, I was gonna make a category for every time Massimo is abusive, and then I realized I would need more paper. Yeah, I agree. That's about the speed of her brain. God, remember when it took 5 minutes to get online, and if someone picked up the phone, it kicked you off, and you yelled about it? Eh. Okay. Ugh. Itchy. Ugh. You egotistical bitch. Yeah, sure. Olga's gone from being my favorite character to being literally the worst. She stepped in front of me, blocking my view, and started yelling, "You brought me here. You let me fall in love. I even got engaged, and now you're not there for me." Whoa! Whoa! What? Somebody throw a coconut at her. Like, what the? I would be telling her to fuck off. At this point, I'm going, okay, you and Dominic can get out of my house then. This is my mansion with my hubby. I'm sure Dominic actually has a house of his own somewhere. Why don't the two of you go there then? Like, get the fuck away from me. Ugh. Her voice is raised and her words pierced me to the core, made me feel even worse. I don't know how she managed that, but she dragged me all the way to the top floor of the mansion and made me put on a sweatsuit. Then she dragged me back down and put me into a car. I'm not saying she doesn't need to get out. She does. But we drove to a small, traditional Sicilian house in Tormina. Olga got out and sent me a glare. I don't know what she expected. "Get your fat ass out of the car," she growled. Despite the words, her voice wasn't angry anymore. It was full of concern. "Tell me what we're doing," I said when a security guard shut the door behind me. "We're getting treatment." She gestured to the building. "This is where you get better when you're feeling down. Marco Garby is the best therapist in town." I was totally expecting, is this an actual therapist or is this a massage therapist? Because the only place I would think Olga would take her to feel better is a massage parlor and a spa. This is what I'm thinking. So, Dale, did you ever? Yeah, you loaded up your games and then you hooked the phone back up to play so your mom could still call her friends. Did you ever have a printer with a dot matrix printer with the paper, the dots down the side that you had to tear off after you printed something and the pages were all stuck together? You had to tear them apart? I immediately spun around and grabbed the handle to get back in the car, but Olga was faster. She pulled me away. "We can do it on our own or let your bossy brute of a husband find you some other fucked up shrink who will report right back to him." Do we think he's not gonna, like, bribe this one for the notes? Like, there's just no way. She raised her brows and waited. Also, you can't force someone into therapy. That's not how that works. Unless they want help with whatever the issue is, sitting there talking to someone or having somebody talk at you is not going to do any good. She raised her brows and waited. Resigned, I leaned against the car. didn't know what to do to get better, and whether it was even worth it. Besides, physically I was all right. Why did I even get out of bed? I sighed and started walking to the door. The therapist turned out to be a quiet man. I fully expected a shriveled up old Sicilian with white, back-swept hair and thick glasses who would make me lie down on some old-school settee. It's called a chaise lounge. Marco, however, was 9 years older than me, and the entire conversation took place by a kitchen counter. He didn't look like your typical therapist either. He wore jeans, a t-shirt with a rock band logo, and sneakers. His hair was long and curly, tied in a ponytail. And he started asking if I wanted a drink. At first, this didn't seem too professional, but who was I to question his methods? Why do I think this is not a real therapist? When he sat down, he told me he knew whose wife I was, and added that he didn't care. He told me that Mas had no power here in his house, and promised that he'd never tell him anything about what happened during our sessions. Press X to doubt. Later, he asked me to recall the last year of my life, with details. As soon as I got to my accident, he stopped me. I teared up and my voice broke whenever I started speaking about that. Then he asked me questions. What I wanted out of life, what my plans were before last New Year's Eve, what made me happy. I can answer that as Givenchy boots and expensive, ugly Chanel jumpsuits. Truth be told, this wasn't what I expected at all. We just talked, and it didn't change the way I felt. So, how was it? Olga shot up to her feet when I left the therapy room. I don't know, I shrugged. How is he supposed to help me by just talking to me? I'm sorry, you're completely unfamiliar with how therapy works? We got into the car. Besides, he told me I'm not crazy or anything, just that I need therapy to wrap my mind around everything. I rolled my eyes, and he says I can lie in bed all day if I want to. It's just that I don't know if I really do want that. I paused thinking. That whole talk made me realize that my biggest problem is that I'm just so bored. Yeah, this has been a constant thing because she has nothing to do. Like, yeah, she does actually need something to do other than just lay around waiting to be used as a fuck doll and then given, expensive clothes and cars afterwards. Like, she literally does nothing. Which apparently her friend is perfectly okay doing nothing all day. She's great with it. That's her ideal life. But, Laura did actually have a career before all this. He suggested that I find myself something to do, something other than waiting for my old life to come back. Yeah. I rested my head against the window. That's great, actually, said Olga, clasping her hands, because we're going to do stuff together. I'll get you back to your old self, you'll see. Didn't he buy her a clothing company or something and she was going to play designer? That didn't go anywhere. Yeah, said they all. Knitting. Yes. Okay, I need to uncuff for a second because chugging that, has no, requires taking 2 minutes. Okay, not gonna let that bang on everything. Yes, printing things made it sound like World War III was happening. Yes, and the force of the thing going back and forth would make your whole desk shake. And the printer weighed roughly like 5,000 pounds. Yes, and God forbid the print alignment got off, having to reset it and reprint it again. Yep. Or in some cases, as it's printing out, there's a kitty paw going, mine, 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 mine. Look, I broke it. Let me keep hitting it with my paw. I lost 2 printers to Kitty Cat doing that. It was Thomas. Yes, she should take up knitting. Oh, I will be right back. And we're back. Also, our first duck out of the two, we've decided will be our turducken duck. So we need a name. We need a name for turducken duck. Because we have our turkey, our duck, and then inside you can see the chicken. So this needs a good name. I will elevate it to the pantheon next to Cleopatra Duck. There we go. There we go. Looking good. We'll pick the second one in a little bit. All right. Deep fried. Not the worst idea. I don't know. There's something like sacrilegious about deep frying a turkey. Oh, you know what I heard recently? I don't know if this is true or not. Who remembers Duck Dynasty? A show that was definitely a fun, mindless watch for me because I enjoy laughing at stupid. Particular kinds of stupid. It has to be the right kind, and that was definitely the right kind most of the time. So I used to watch it for, literal, just mindless, hey, look at a bunch of redneck idiots being idiots, entertainment value. I heard it's had a revival, like it's back or it's going to be back or something like that. I mean, it still makes me laugh that A&E canceled the show out of the family being huge conservatives and huge Trump supporters when Trump was running, and they were afraid of the backlash. And it's like, yeah, then he won and you gave up your most profitable show at the time on the network for no reason whatsoever. But I heard they're back now, or they're going to be back or something like that. I do know the father, like the guy who like started the company, that one, he's been on Fox News as a commentator. Still looking exactly the way he looks on Duck Dynasty, because that really is like how he is. It's not an act. Deep fried turkey is delicious. Maybe I'll get to find out someday. I have a no oil like air fryer type thing that is still in a box. I bought it and then I bought it probably 6, 7 years ago, and I've never taken it out of the box. I was thinking the other day I might try to use it to make fries. After reading the instructions. Excuse me. She wrapped her arms around my neck. Oh, it has aftertaste. Oh, that burp tastes like fake green apple and sugar. Ugh. Okay, I'm wishing I'd brush my teeth. She wrapped her arms around my neck before patting the driver on the shoulder. We're going home. I stared at my friend with a silly face, wondering what she had meant. When we stopped on the driveway, I saw about a dozen cars parked outside. Are we having guests? I thought and looked down at my outfit. The beige Victoria's Secret sweatsuit was cute, but it wasn't exactly party attire. It would be okay if I was to meet with normal people, but it wouldn't do anything for my husband's business partners from all over the world. God. Yes, because I need to look sexy, but respectable for all the mafioso business partners. Because women are there to look sexy and stand silently in the corner until the man wants sex. On the one hand, I couldn't care less, but on the other, I just didn't want anyone to see me like that. See, that's a valid reason. We crossed the maze of corridors, praying silently that none of the numerous doors opened. Fortunately, no one saw. Relieved, I slumped down into bed and was just about to wrap myself in the duvet when Olga pulled it off and stood on the ground. You've got to be fucking kidding me if you're thinking I'm going to let you rot in bed after I just waited an hour for that rocker boy to pull your head out of your ass. Not how therapy works, but thank you for being the least supportive person. Now move it. We're going to dress you up and make you look presentable. She squinted. Her arms shot out and she grabbed me by the ankle and jerked roughly, pulling me towards her. I latched onto the headboard and held on tightly. I screamed that I had had surgery and didn't want to dress up, but she didn't listen. When I didn't budge, Olga finally released me. For a moment, I thought that would be the end, but she quickly moved her grip to my feet and started tickling. That was a low blow, and she knew it. My grip on the headboard lightened, and a moment later, I was down on the floor being dragged towards the closet. Okay, this is literally children. Like, they are both just such immature waste of space bitches. You cruel, treacherous bitch, I growled. Yeah, I love you too, Olga retorted, huffing and puffing as she pulled me across the room. Now let's get to work, she said when we reached the changing room. I stayed prone, crossing my arms and pouting. I had absolutely no desire to change, especially since my only outfit for the last couple weeks had been my pajamas. I had grown used to the comfort. At the same time, I knew Olga wasn't going to be dissuaded. Come on, please, she whispered, getting on her knees by my side. I miss you. That did it. My eyes watered. I took her in my arms and hugged. Okay, I'll do my best. She jumped with glee, but I raised an outstretched finger and said, but only if you don't expect too much enthusiasm on my part. This is fair. Olga jumped up and down, dancing and singing, crying out in joy before heading to the shoe shelf. Okay, they are just both obnoxious, annoying twits. Oh, here we go. Givenchy boots. Givenchy boots. We had it. It's on the list. It's on the list. It's still getting torched because brand names are on the list. I just put them on the other page because I had more room. And we have our first brand name dropped. And of course, it's Givenchy boots because there are no other boots. Nobody else makes boots. There's only Givenchy, and that's all she cares about. Oh, itchy, 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 itchy. Itchy, 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 itchy. She said, lifting a beige shoe. Before it's too hot, I'm choosing those. You pick the rest. I shook my head and got up, walking over to the hundreds of hangers. My head was empty of ideas. I needed inspiration. Girl, just put on some fucking clothes. Those were my most beloved shoes, after all. Oh yeah, we're counting that. Laura loves stuff more than her husband. Yep, we're counting that. I couldn't just pair them with anything. This is more concern or care than she's ever shown for Massimo. Let's go with something easy, I declared, reaching for a short A-line dress with long sleeves. It was the exact same color as the boots, so I'll look completely washed out. I grabbed underwear from a drawer and went to the bathroom. Inside, I stopped and faced the tall mirror, taking the first good look at myself for weeks. I looked terrible. Deathly pale, skeleton thin, with ugly dark roots in my hair. I winced and turned around. I took a shower, taking care to wash my hair and shave my legs and all other parts that needed shaving. Oh yeah, because that's important right now, making sure the pussy is well groomed. Then, wrapped in a plush towel, I went to get some makeup. It took me a lot longer than it normally would. 2 hours later, I was ready. I cannot imagine spending 2 hours getting ready. I'm not that type of girl. No, that may have been a bit of an overstatement. Though I didn't look like a total and complete mess anymore, I wasn't exactly at my best either. When I returned to the bedroom, Olga was in my bed watching TV. Hot diddly damn, girl, you're pretty, she cried out. Hot diddly damn. The fuck were you watching when you wrote that? Tossing the remote away. I nearly forgot what a bombshell you are. But get yourself a hat, will you? You look like those broke bitches wearing sweatpants. She just changed out of the sweatpants. I rolled my eyes and went right back to the wardrobe to search for something to wear on my head. After a while, I grabbed a light Prada handbag and was ready. There we go. Why are you taking a handbag? Why do you need a handbag? You're not going anywhere. You're in your own house. Why do you need a handbag? Well, that's another brand name. I put on a pair of brown Valentino sunglasses. There's another one. I have a feeling brand names is going to be a big category. And headed to the door. I wanted my car, but was told Massimo forbade me to leave the mansion on my own. We had to settle for the black SUV occupied by 2 security guards. Okay, so I guess they are going out somewhere. What was the point of, like, there's all these cars at the house and I don't want people to see me? Like, what the hell is that? Is he just having a mafioso meeting? Probably. Where are we going? I asked. You'll see, Olga replied with a smirk. About an hour later, the car stopped at the same hotel we'd stayed in after I got back from my honeymoon. The same one I had escaped from to surprise my husband, only to find his twin brother fucking Anna on his office desk. I never thought I'd recall that particular situation with something approaching nostalgia and a smile on my face, but here I was doing exactly that. Yeah, you're correct. I would have given so much to live through that again instead of feeling what I was feeling now. Emptiness. Do are we going to be told whether either of those two is alive or dead? Because I don't think we weren't told that they were dead. So I guess in book world those two are still alive. Spoilers, they're not at the end of the movie, though he might still be, because they misplaced the squib and it looks like he got nailed in the shoulder, but the music and everything clearly said that he was supposed to be dead and shot through the chest. And honest to God, I think I know what it was. I think I know why the squib was in the wrong place, because you can tell it's mistimed as well. The blood effect doesn't go off when it should. But instead of being here, I think it was here. I think they did set up the squib and the blood pack on his chest, but evil or twin brother wears his shirt open down to his belt. So I think they set it with the shirt buttoned, and then when he unbuttoned it to do the shot, it moved over. And so that's why it looks like it's tagged in the shoulder when the shot goes off, but then in the overhead when he's laying on the ground, it looks like there's a giant hole in his chest. So in the movie, I have no idea whether evil or twin is supposed to be alive or dead, but in the book, apparently they're both still alive. What happened next reminded me of those movies where they thaw out a frozen caveman and he springs back to life and has to be taught how to cope in the modern world. Is there more than one of those movies? First, we had a meeting with a plastic surgeon about my scars. There it is! There it is! There it is! I knew it. Okay, at least surprise from the Planet of Hats, they're at least addressing it. But if they say there's some like magical skin resurfacing laser technology or whatever that can just erase her scars, like, I'm sorry, no. My body wasn't as flawless as it used to be. The doctor told me it was too early for radical procedures, but we could try some gentler treatments and cosmetics. Whatever was left could be removed with lasers! I said it! I said it! I said it! I said magic laser! Granted, I haven't Googled plastic surgery, laser scar removal, but I'm betting this is a load of fucking bullshit. Then it got a lot more pleasant. Spa treatment. See, I knew I'll go and take her to the spa. That's the only place they ever go. That in the mall. Peelings, face masks, balms, massages, then nails. Finally, the hairdresser. My stylist took a long while just standing there, stroking my hair, mumbling something in Italian. Then he shook his head and clicked his tongue. Finally, he said, "What happened to you, girl? Oh, that's professional." He crossed his arms. "We had that beautiful hair of yours under our tender care for months. What happened? Where were you? A deserted island?" More or less. That would have been the only place on earth where people wouldn't run away screaming, seeing that mess. Wow, they just know all the worst fucking people. He pinched a strand of hair between two fingers and released it with a disgusted grimace. And I'm supposed to pay you and not kick you in the balls? I was away, I nodded. When was the last time we saw each other? Christmas? He confirmed. At least it's longer now, right? He didn't seem to find my words funny. Wide eyes and shaking his head, the hairdresser sat down on his stool. What'll it be? Short and blonde? I shook my head. I swear I'm going to die, Laura. He clutched his chest, leaning back on the stool. Meanwhile, I thought about my conversation with the therapist. Change is good, he had told me. Now I want dark and long. Maybe extensions? Okay, so in other words, she's going back to the hair she had to begin with. Like her natural color. He thought for a while, shaking his head and muttering under his breath. Then he jumped to his feet. Yes, he cried out. Long and dark, and with bangs. He clapped his hands loudly. Elena, wash it. Oh, now we have an Elena. Does that count as ripping off 50 Shades if we steal the name? Now we have an Anna and an Elena now. Is it too much coincidence that there's two names from 50 Shades in these books? I glanced sideways and saw Olga sitting in a chair by the wall. Her mouth was wide open. You'll be the end of me, Laura. She took a sip of water. Next time you sit there, you'll want it all shaved off. Hours later, with my head and neck completely sore, I got up. Olga had to admit I'd been right. It looked mind-blowing. Okay, so her vanity is coming back. I stood hypnotized, watching my beautiful long hair and perfect makeup peeking from beneath the long straight fringe. I couldn't believe I was so pretty again after having spent the last months looking like something a dog threw up. Jesus. I adjusted my dress and grabbed my hat, though I didn't need it anymore. Okay, the hat was to hide the fact that her roots were showing? You've got to be fucking kidding me. I have a proposal, and since it's the weekend, you can't refuse. Olga raised a finger. And if you do, I'll plant a horse's head in your bed. Hey, it took 3 books when we got a Godfather reference. I've never seen those, but I know the reference. I think I know what you have in mind. Let's party, she exclaimed. Yeah, because going to the club is what you want. Taking my hand and leading me back to the car. Look at it this way. We're sexy, pretty, and dressed up to the nines. No, you're not. You're dressed to the 5s or 6s. It would be a shame for all that to go to waste. You're breathtaking, thin, and so... Yeah, because weight loss due to coma is so good. Sober. I haven't drank anything for months, I sighed. Well, that can be remedied. Just so, but think of it like this. It was supposed to happen. That day, the therapist, the changes, everything is as it's supposed to be. Back at the car, the security guards didn't recognize me at first. I shrugged as they stood there gawking and walked past them into the SUV. It felt good. I was attractive again. Sexy and feminine. I know there are people this shallow and vapid, but there's a reason none of them are my friends. The last time I felt like that was with Nacho. Here we go. That thought made my stomach cramp. Don't say cramps right now, you'll encourage them. I swallowed, but the weight in my stomach wasn't disappearing. I pictured that colorful tattooed boy and his wide white smile. I froze. He's an assassin. Let's not call him a boy. Also, he's like 30 as well. And he kills people for a living. He's not a boy. What's going on? Lara, are you okay? Olga jerked at my sleeve, but I didn't react, just stared right ahead. I'm okay, yes, I said, finally blinking. I felt dizzy. Okay, let's skip the party today. Oh, she just gets so overwhelmed at the thought of him and his colorful tattoos. Now, when I'm pretty like this? No way. I plastered a fake smile to my face and sent her a glance. I didn't want her to know. I wasn't ready to tell anyone yet. I had a husband after all, and I loved him. Tell them what? That you have the hots for another guy? Like, as long as you don't do anything about it. Being married doesn't mean you don't notice when somebody else is attractive. It just means you don't do anything about it. But she definitely wants to hit that. At least that's what I told myself when my mind showed me the same unwanted image. So when is the wedding? I asked Olga to change the subject and focus on anything else. Okay, so we are remembering that they're engaged. I don't know yet. We thought, excuse me. Sugar taste. We thought maybe May, but June or July worked too. It's not that simple. Olga started babbling about this and that, and I listened gladly, sharing her joy. When we got out of the car, there were still some vehicles parked by the mansion. This time I didn't feel like hiding anymore. Strangely, I felt good. We entered the house, and what I immediately noticed was the complete stillness. There was nobody inside. Normally there was staff. This time we were alone. Okay, I'd be proceeding with caution. I'm going to my room, Olga said. Catch you in 30 minutes, unless I don't find anything to wear. Then I'll come nick some of your stuff. Sure, I replied with a smile, already browsing through things in my mind. I walked down the corridor at a brisk pace, holding my bag in one hand and the hat in the other. As I passed the library, the door opened, and Massimo appeared. I stopped. He was standing with his back to me, speaking to some people inside. Then he turned around. My heart hammered as he closed the door behind him. His eyes scanned me. I was left breathless. I couldn't speak. I was too nervous. It had been so long since he looked at me like that. Oh, now he's attracted to her again because she's all dolled up. He didn't care to be around her when she looked like crap. Since he'd seen... Oh, it'd been so long since he looked at me like that. By so long, she means like she's been awake again for what, a week? Since he'd seen a woman in me. His woman. I'm sorry, do you stop being female because you're wearing sweatpants recovering from surgery and you look like crap? Really? Despite it being dark in the corridor, is that one of the darkest things that's been in this book? That unless your hair is done, your makeup's done, your nails did, and you're all dressed to the nines, you're somehow not a woman? Like, in that case, I don't count as female on any given day. Because I never do all that crap. Even when I'm actually going out somewhere nice. Okay, that is the strongest of the lesbian part of me. That is the most overpowering part, is that I don't do any of that girly fucking shit. I never have. I've never had any interest in it. I wear makeup when required by society. Otherwise, no. And I do not get all dolled up for anything, especially for a partner. If I have a partner, male or female, that requires me to look like this to be attracted to me, I have fallen through a hole in the universe because I would never allow that in the first place. Like, I would never even look twice at somebody so hung up on their looks. Despite it being dark in the corridor, I could clearly see his dilated pupils and hear his quickened breath. Oh great, he's horny. We stood there for an instant looking at each other until my brain started working again. You were having a meeting. I'm sorry, I whispered nonsensically, but what else was I going to say? You didn't knock on the door and interrupt him. He left the room on his own. I hadn't knocked on that door. Yeah, duh. What the hell are you apologizing for, woman? I thought. Because he conditioned you to? Habit? I took a step forward, but he barred my way. The pale light of the street lamp shining through the window illuminated his face. Street lamp is the wrong word because their house is not on the street. I'm going to chalk that up to mistranslation. He was composed, steady, and horny. Yeah. Massimo surged forward, wrapping his arms around me, and kissed me. His tongue forced its way between my lips. I moaned, completely surprised, as he leaned me against the wall, kissing, biting, and placing a hand on my throat. There we go. Oh, do we need a times he chokes her counter? Because that is his signature move. That is 100% his signature sex move. Is choking women either with his hands or with his dick or both. That is his most like thing. We're officially at the 1 hour to go mark. We're on pace for page count, even with all the pausing and the puppy. Where's the puppy? Where's the puppy? The puppy's on the couch. His hands wandered around my body until he found the hem of my dress. Without breaking the kiss, he pulled it up and clamped his hands on my buttocks. Something like a growl rumbled in his throat as he clenched his hands on my skin and then started pulling my panties down. They're just gonna fuck in the hallway. Like, why does nobody use their bedroom to fuck in around here? His fingers caressed my skin and I felt his crotch with my palm. His desire was clear. Suddenly, suddenly enlivened by the fact that his manhood was pushing against me, I raised my hands and put them on the sides of his head, pulling at his hair. The man in black loved this subtle brutality. As soon as he felt it, his teeth bit into my lip. I moaned in pleasure and opened my eyes. He was smirking, his teeth still trailing a line along my lips. Klingons have less violent sex than these two. That's when my panties dropped, sliding down my legs. Somebody's just gonna randomly find her panties in this hallway. Stopping at my ankles. Massimo lifted me off the floor. I wrapped my legs around his hips as he carried me to the next door. We entered a room and he slammed the door shut with a kick before propping me against the wall. His breathing was shallow and quick and his movements frantic. He was in a hurry. Keeping me in place with one arm, he unzipped his pants. His cock was ready. Okay. He whipped it out and impaled me. There we go. It's been like maybe 10 seconds and he just whips it out and wham, right in there. I felt it tearing through my insides. I missed it so much. I yelped and touched my forehead to his as our bodies connected in a passionate dance. I'm going to say she yelped because that fucking hurt. She hasn't had any in a while. There's not enough time for her to be wet. He's not using any lube. I'm going with that. His strokes were strong but slow. He was delighted in this moment. His teeth brushed against my lips. His tongue flitted inside my mouth. He entered me deeper and deeper with each push. An overwhelming orgasm was just around the corner. I hadn't felt Massimo inside me for so long. It has not been that long! Christ! Like, she's talking like it's been months. It's been days. He was so close. He fucked me like there was no tomorrow, and I climbed higher and higher, slowly approaching the summit. Finally, a mountainous wave of ecstasy crashed over me, taking my breath away. I wanted to scream, but Massimo stifled it with another kiss. He came right after me. His skin was glistening with sweat. His arms and legs were trembling. For a moment longer, he kept me impaled. A few breaths later, I was back on the ground with my back against the wall. You look, he whispered, trying to catch breath. His chest heaved and his mouth opened wider for air. I missed you too, I said quietly and felt him smiling. Yes, because she's only his wife when she's all dolled up and in a suitable state to be shown off. Really. His lips touched mine again and his tongue danced around mine before I could continue. His caress was gentle this time, slow and sensual. That's a first. No, actually, literally, that is a first. There were voices outside. Massimo froze. He raised a finger to his mouth and returned the kiss. The voices weren't quieting down, but the man in black disregarded them. His long, slender fingers slid down my body, touching my still pulsating clitoris. I startled and then froze. After so long, his every touch was like a jolt of pain. That seems appropriate. Paralyzing. I moaned and pressed his lips back against mine, closer, stifling any sound I might make. Back in the corridor, we heard a closing door. The voices vanished. I sighed with relief and gave in to Massimo's caress. He slid 2 fingers inside me while another rubbed my most sensitive spot, sending me straight into space all over again. Fuck, he growled as the phone in his pocket started to vibrate. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen, sighing. I have to take this. He pressed the phone to his ear and talked to someone for a couple minutes. His other hand never wavered, staying between my legs. I need to go, he signed, resigned, but I'm not finished with you yet, he added. I do not feel well. The threat was also a promise, one that stroked the fire in my underbelly. For the last time, he traced his tongue along my lips before zipping up his pants. We left the room, and Massimo bent down and picked up my panties from the floor. They were crumpled in the corner in the darkness. Looking me in the eyes, he stuffed them into his pocket. Gray used to do that. Took a deep breath and opened the door to the library. There were people inside talking animatedly. The man in black left and closed the door behind him. I waited there, back against the wall, wondering what had just happened. It wasn't anything special. Having sex with my husband was normal, not the way you two do it. But after so long, I felt like it was August again, when he had taken me, kept me here, and made me fall in love with him. The next thought that came made me shiver. I wasn't pregnant anymore, but I could get pregnant again. The fear that washed through my entire body was paralyzing. Yeah, maybe you should look into some actual birth control. Or, introduce your husband to condoms. Though I have a feeling he would not go along with that. The stream of thoughts and scenarios crashing through my head made my stomach cramp and my eyes water. I couldn't let that happen. Not again. Not when fate had already decided. Oh, so we're doing this. We're doing this now. I was agitated, dizzy. Standing here wouldn't change a thing, though. I headed towards my bedroom. Inside, I opened my laptop and quickly searched for a solution on the web. I'm sorry, you've never heard of the morning after pill? Though we are in Italy, so I don't know actually, I'm seriously considering whether it would be available there. I'm kind of going with no. Probably not. So what are we gonna do Coca-Cola? Like what are we gonna do? And quickly search for a solution on the web. There were as many websites with answers to my problem as there were pills for what I intended. For a moment, I read articles about how they worked and how to get them. Finally, lying down on the bed, calming down. It wouldn't be hard to get my hands on what I needed. Okay, so maybe available, or I don't know. I don't know. Can you buy Plan B over the counter in Italy? I mean, you can here, and it's not a big deal, but it's been that way for a while. But I know in other places it is like really controversial. Why, I don't know, but well, I know what they say, but I just don't believe them. Ow. Uh, well, shit. I can see you're not even close to ready, said Olga, walking steps leading to my room. I don't have a handbag yet, but you have absolutely nothing. She passed me. I trailed her with my eyes. She looked very attractive, wearing a short white dress that was tight fitting only right below her breasts. It was girlish. Oh yeah, let's just do. Do we think she researched it? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. The so-called author who wrote these books did absolutely no research whatsoever. And the lace it was made of gave her a look of innocence. My eyes wandered down. Yep, it was still good old Olga. She wore black leather thigh-high boots. The outfit seemed to convey a simple message. I might be innocent, but hand me a whip and we'll see what happens. Oh, so we're gonna get some BDSM in this. Again, what is with all the outfits in this sounding atrocious? Because that sounds like a hot fucking mess. That does not sound like it looks good at all. I slammed the laptop shut and followed my friend. I need food. She rummaged through my handbags and I started looking for something to wear. With my head between the hangers, I suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. I turned around and looked at Olga. She stood there, one eyebrow raised and arms crossed on her chest. You fucked, she said matter-of-factly. When did you do that? I rolled my eyes and went right back into the wardrobe. How would you know? I asked, grabbing some things that I found fitting for today. Your lack of underwear, for starters. Yeah, you get caught without your panties. Yep. I froze and glanced at the mirror on the opposite wall. Right. When I had had my arms raised, my short dress lifted, presenting my ass in all its glory. I lowered my arms and pulled the rim down. That would be the hem. I'm blaming bad translation for that. But it is not the rim of the dress, it's the hem. Your panties weren't the only thing that exposed you, Olga sat back in the armchair, crossing her legs. There's your hair and your lips, the former disheveled and the latter swollen and red after a kiss, or a blowjob, so tell me everything. Jesus Christ, there's nothing to talk about. We met in the corridor and it just happened. This does not sound like sex with your husband. This sounds like sex with somebody you're hooking up with in secret. I threw a hanger at her. Now stop grinning like an idiot and help me out. We met in the corridor and it just happened, she repeated, amused. Half an hour later, I stood in the main door watching Olga doing her best not to fall over on the stone driveway. What a weird view, I thought. Unfortunately, I was about to do the same in my sky-high, crystal-studded Louis Vuitton stilettos. Oh, there we go. We have another name drop. But why does it have to be Louis Vuitton? I recently chose those to be in my novel, but mine have a point. Mine are not Louis Vuittons because they are Louis Vuitton. It has nothing to do with the brand name. It's because they make a high-heeled shoe that looks like a ballet slipper, which is what I needed for the story. I needed the ballet shoe that's a high-heel shoe because it's an in-joke. It doesn't matter who made them, that just happens to be who made them. But I thought it would make a cute couple's gift when he's taking her to the ballet and she's really nervous about it because it's all dressed up and be fancy, which she's not used to. So he bought her the ballet shoes to wear to the ballet as a joke and to make her relax a little bit. That does happen, Sarah. Okay, girl, putting you on blast. Okay, the meeting in the corridor and just randomly fucking against a wall when you're married, that happens? Huh? Is that what we're saying? I believe you are the only married person in the room. So is that what we're saying? That when you're married, you'll just randomly do it against the wall for no reason in the middle of the day? Like, that almost makes it worth getting married, but I'm not so sure. I had even less a chance to stay upright on the uneven ground than my friend. I hadn't want to Okay, it cut off the word, I think. No comment. Good girl. I hadn't want to overdress today, and it literally it does. I am not making it up. It does just say want and not wanted. It should say wanted. It just says want. I think that's our first legit mistake and not just translation error. So I settled on a pair of boyfriend jeans and the plainest white tank top. To top it off, I'd grabbed a Dior blazer and a white Miu Miu clutch bag. I don't know. MIU space MIU. But that's two more designers. Wow, this category is running away. We haven't even had one baby girl yet. Are we actually going through an entire reading with no baby girl? I looked a bit like a teenager, but also a bit like a dirty whore who just pretended to be a good girl. And my new hair had nothing girlish about it. End of chapter. Okay, I'm sorry. What? How do you look like a dirty whore in literally jeans and a white tank top? I could go into my closet and put that on right now. I own jeans and a white tank top. I could change into that right now. Guess what vibe it doesn't give? It doesn't give dirty whore. Okay, I don't know if I have anything that would read dirty whore. I mean, I could throw together something skimpy. I could do that. But not really. No, I don't think I have really anything in my wardrobe that would equal dirty whore. I mean, I can do whore, yes. It's the dirty part. Okay. Okay. Temporary stretch break. Because, yeah, my back is going. Oh. Okay. Hard tip. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. It's possible to adjust without using your hands. Oh, where's my tea? Mm. Better. Oh, cerebellum's done it again. Let's see what an expensive bag from this Miu Miu whatever designer. That cost $3,000. Ew. I'm sorry, but that is ugly. That even looks like fake leather, and it just looks tacky. It's a little stretched in the image. Okay, I can see that, but still. Okay, that looks like a purse for a teenager, by the way. But oh no, that is not. It's not good at all. Chapter 4. This one has short chapters. There's only 20 chapters in the whole book. I did notice they do get longer. Like the first one's really short, but then they get longer. But it is a shorter book. So there are 20 chapters and an epilogue. Quite a long epilogue. Chapter 4. As we drove down the mountain toward Gardini Nios, I realized I hadn't told my husband I was leaving. Girl, there is an RFID tracker implanted in your body somewhere. Also, your phone and your car all have trackers. He knows where you are. But he didn't exactly explain himself to me at all times either. I stuffed my phone deeper into my microscopic bag. That's a hell of a magic trick. As soon as the man in black was finished with his business partners, he'd start looking for me, and it wouldn't take him long to see that I was gone. I rolled my eyes at the thought. Hogan noticed. "What's up?" she asked. I have something to ask of you, I replied in Polish, lowering my voice as if anyone could understand my mother tongue. I'd like you to go to the clinic tomorrow and get me a prescription. Okay. So, yep, you need a prescription for the morning after pill, and here's how we're going to lie about it. We'll get the friend to do it for you. I'm not saying that I haven't done this for people. I absolutely have done this for people. But you don't need a prescription here. You do have to be of a certain age. That was the issue there. Or at least you did. I think they got rid of that now. Because let's just say it outraged literally everybody and kind of took away the whole privacy thing. But it was that way for like 6 months. She frowned and grimaced at the same time, understanding. I need a morning after pill. Holga's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean? She asked, glancing around to check if anyone was listening in on us. This is gonna make me die, isn't it? Because we already had the implied crap about her not being a real woman if she looks like crap or lost the baby or blah blah. Now, like, and neither of them is religious. Neither of them is religious. If they were both devout Catholic women, I get this. But they're not. Nobody in this is fucking religious. And yet, multiple people pretend to be. Like, they're fake Catholics, all of them. But this is gonna suck so bad. Also, this is not a long-term solution, so she better get her hands on some actual birth control pills real soon. Yeah. Okay, Cerebellum figured out how jeans and a tank top can look like a dirty whore, because, yeah. Also, God, that's an ugly outfit. I usually like a corset bustier, but not like that. Are those even jeans? They just look like tied together white pants. Like this. I have no doubt that is some celebrity rocking that at a music event or something. And my brain is just going, girl, you were on the worst dress list, weren't you? Yeah. Because, is that like Coachella or something? Isn't that going on right now? What do you mean? She asked, glancing around to check if anyone was listening in on us. You have a husband. Like, so what? So she's supposed to just get pregnant whenever? And yes, I know that's how conservatives are and how a lot of Catholics are and etc. That, like, yes, once you're married, you have no right to birth control because it's up to God and your husband how many babies you have. You've lost all right to your own body or ability to say, no, I don't want to get pregnant right now because you're married. So you're just required to pop out as many kids as you can get knocked up with. Like, I went to way too many churches with way too many women who not only thought like that, but had been so brainwashed and indoctrinated by the church. They were raised in these churches, literally, to the point where they had no clue that they had a choice. Because it's just, you get married, and if you're not knocked up within 3 months, everyone thinks something's wrong with you. And it's always the woman's fault. The guy could have no penis, and it would still be the woman's fault. And yeah, they didn't have any comprehension of the idea that you don't have to just have baby after baby after baby after baby. That is not what you have to do, and that it's not your husband's decision. Like, it's a conversation, but it's not strictly his choice. And yes, this is an area where I do think even if the husband wants a kid, if she doesn't, and it's her body that has to deal with it, then the answer is no. That's just how it is. Like, honey, I get you want a kid, but it's my body that has to go through it and deal with it, and I am not ready for that, or I'm not ready for kids or whatever, so the answer is no. You have a husband, but I want no more children with him, I said, dropping my head. At least not yet. Okay, that's fair. She just had a miscarriage. She just, like, lost a baby, like, in a very violent, traumatic manner, too. Like, she should be able to say, darling, we need to be on some birth control for a while because I don't want to get knocked up again right now. It's too soon. I sent her a pleading look. Hair of the dog style doesn't do it here, if you know what I mean. Besides, after all those surgeries, maybe I shouldn't get pregnant all over again. That is actually probably a very valid concern. Like, I don't know what the wait time between all the surgeries she had and getting pregnant should be, but I'm guessing it's longer than this. I hadn't asked the doctors about that, but I really hoped it was true. It's quite possibly true. Holga went silent for a moment, studying me with her eyes, before inhaling and saying, I get it, and of course I'll do it for you. But think about what's next. You can't keep sneaking out for pills each time you sleep with each other. Maybe I can grab you a prescription for some birth control, too? Yes, see? Finally somebody is thinking. That's the second thing I wanted to ask you. I hesitated. But Massimo can't know. I'm not about to bring up the kid thing with him anytime soon. There's going to be a stupid fight over this, isn't there? Because Olga's going to get the birth control prescription in her name, and Dominic's going to find it and try to kill her again. He's going to chase her around the house screaming and accusing her of whatever the fuck you accuse your fiancé of when she doesn't want to get pregnant. He's going to say horrible things and throw things at her. Again. Abby wanted 3. I said, not with me, too sick. 2's enough. Yep. Yep. And I fully say, as the woman, that is your choice to make. That is 100% your choice to make. She nodded and reclined in her seat. The car stopped by a restaurant a moment later. Are you serious? I asked, shooting Olga an annoyed look. Where are we supposed to go, Laura? All the best places are owned by the Torricellis, and Massimo knows you're out, doesn't he? Like she escaped. Like she has to escape from her own house. She pinned me with a steady stare, and I dropped my eyes. Doesn't he? She cried, only to burst out in laughter an instant later. Well then, we're going to get in a fuck ton of trouble. Now come on. Okay, you should not be in trouble for going out. Like, haven't used this in a while, but red flag. And yes, married, you can still have red flags, lots of them. Often the red flags he was hiding from you don't come out until after there's a ring on it. Oh, we need one more duck. I almost forgot, and then I didn't. We need one more duck. All right. Our last duck, I'm also going to pick another painted duck because I want to see more painted ducks, but I'm torn between Yoshi and Christmas Story. Or maybe Raphael. I don't know. He was my favorite. Yeah, we're going to go with... Yep, we're going with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because that's just the kind of mood I'm in. So now we have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Raphael Duck. He needs a name. Still need a name for Duck and Duck. I'm sorry, but I just can't make myself name it Deep Fried. Something along those lines is fine, but I just can't name it Deep Fried. So are we calling this one Raphael or are we calling him something else? I'm good either way, but yeah, we're going with Raphael Duck for the second one. So that completes our very, very generous donation by Seth L. Thank you so much. And if you would like to name your duck, either of them or both of them, please do. Oh, can I reach? Can I reach? Can I reach? Yes, I can. Okay. Ow, my shoulder. Okay, there we have our duck. Now I have something to put on the thumbnail. This makes me happy. The thumbnail will not look naked next week. That's good. Because, yeah, it's just something, there's something weird and disturbing. Colonel Sanders turducken. I was thinking that. I was trying to make like a KFC joke somehow. But yeah, we can call it Colonel Sanders. We can be basic, but it's still funny. Yeah, I think we'll go with Colonel Sanders. We can do that. She stepped out of the car, crossed the sidewalk, and headed to the entrance. Imagining my husband's fit of rage improved my mood a little. These two are horrible to each other. When I was feeling satisfied with that, was I was I feeling satisfied with that act of disobedience? I'm sorry, disobedience to go out with a friend for dinner? Okay, I really hope it stops tasting like green apple and sugar when I burp really soon. Because, wow, that flavor is really strong. Wait for me, I called after my friend, wobbling on my crystal-studded high heels. I'm trying to picture crystal-studded, like, stiletto shoes, and my brain is short-circuiting. The first thing we ordered was a bottle of champagne. There was nothing to toast, but the lack of any special cause for celebration was a drinking occasion in itself. The manager practically carried us to the best table. He fussed over us a lot more than was strictly necessary. A waiter was stationed by our table, ready to cater to our every whim. Yeah, this sounds normal. Olga ordered him gone, saying that we didn't want any special treatment. We were just going to have dinner and move on to somewhere else. When our bottle finally arrived, I couldn't help but feel giddy with excitement. This would be my first taste of any kind of alcohol for many months. To us, said Olga, grabbing a glass. To shopping, going on trips, to life, and all that we have, and all that is still ahead of us. Yep, just shopping and trips. That's all they do. They're the most superficial, useless women ever. She winked and sipped. As soon as I felt the taste of my favorite beverage on my tongue, I downed the entire glass. Olga shook her head and reached out for the bottle to pour another one. Her hand hadn't even touched the cooler when the overeager manager appeared out of the blue to pour the champagne himself. Yeah, why do I think they're in a place that one of their husbands owns? Great, we've got a nanny, I thought, and fixed the older man with a glare. A couple minutes later, I was having a plate of scallops and white wine sauce when the phone in my handbag started vibrating. It was one of two people, Mom or Massimo. I accepted the call without even glancing at the screen. Are you feeling better? The fork I was holding fell to the plate with a loud clink. It's nacho, isn't it? Terrified, I jumped to my feet and sent Olga a panicked look. She looked at me quizzically. Where did you get my number? I asked, practically running out of the restaurant. Why are you running out of the restaurant? You don't want anyone to know who's on the phone. Like, don't draw attention. Are you asking me that after I managed to kidnap you from a party secured by more than 50 guards? So, yep, it's Nacho. It's him. It's him. Ugh. Let's see what these shoes theoretically look like. Okay, those are not too bad. I mean, the $3,000 price tag is bad, but they're basically just like pretty normal looking high heels. So those are actually not too bad. I mean, they're overpriced for sure, but yeah, that would actually look pretty nice with some things. They're not as gaudy and ostentatious as I was thinking. That's actually quite subtle. Uh, more than 50 guards. Nacho's laughter was like a nuclear explosion. What is it, the describing of things? I felt the alcohol suddenly go to my head and my legs buckled under me. How are you feeling? He asked again. Is he just gonna be there? Is he just gonna come from around the corner and say something obnoxious and sexy? I plopped down on this bench. One of my bodyguards jumped out of the black SUV parked a couple meters away. I raised my arm and waved at him, signaling that I was okay. Why are you calling? I tried and failed to slow down my breathing. Is it always this hard to get a straight answer out of you? Nacho sighed as I ignored his question once more. We were supposed to be friends, and friends sometimes call each other and talk about how they feel, he said. So, yeah, we're friends. I'm the guy who kidnapped you, possibly raped you, or lied about raping you, kept you captive, and absolutely did my best to seduce you away from your husband, and then delivered you into a place where you were supposed to be killed, and you ended up getting shot and losing your child. Uh-huh. Friends. I dyed my hair, I said nonsensically. It is the only thing she's done. You look nice with dark hair. I'm just wondering how you managed to get it so long so fast. See? See? I knew he was watching. He broke off before muttering something in Spanish. How do you? I managed before he hung up. I stared at the phone in my hand, analyzing our short conversation. I felt dizzy. Okay, that's the fourth time in like 3 pages she said I felt dizzy. Do we need a dizzy counter instead of a fainting counter? If I raised my head, would Nacho be standing right in front of me? Probably. I stayed in place, huddled on that bench, for a long while before I gathered the courage to look up. Slowly, I straightened and looked around. There were people, cars, my security detail, nothing out of the ordinary. Something very close to disappointment took up residence in my head. Yeah. My eyes finally wandered back to the restaurant entrance. Olga stood in the doorway, pouting and tapping her watch with a finger. I stood up and returned to my friend, to finish my now cold scallops. Who is that? Olga asked as I downed a glass of still champagne. Her fingers were tapping nervously on the table. Massimo, I said, avoiding her eyes. Okay, so now we're lying to everyone. Why are you lying? Because the truth would be too difficult to hear, I sighed. Besides, I don't know what to tell you. I picked up the fork and stuffed my mouth full of scallops just so I didn't have to answer any more questions. What happened on the Canary Islands? Olga asked, pouring 2 glasses of champagne and gesturing to the waiter to bring us another bottle. So they've killed the bottle before they've even gotten their mains. Jesus Christ, how I hated that question. Each time I heard it, I felt guilty, like I had done something bad. And it was hard to tell people who had just been going out of their minds with fear for my well-being that I actually had a lot of fun. Not counting the assassination attempts and all that happened later, that is. Yeah, that would be kind of hard to convey, wouldn't it? I raised my eyes and met Olga's stare. Not yet, I said quietly, gulping down more champagne. Not today. I'm still getting all that sorted out in my head, and you're asking the worst questions. Well, who would you rather talk to? She leaned over the table. You can't tell your mom. And judging by the way you're acting, Massimo wouldn't be happy to know either. And when I see you flailing around, I'm pretty sure the best thing to do now would be to tell me everything. But I'm not going to make you. Don't talk if you don't want to. She leaned back in her chair while I pondered her words. My eyes teared up. Yes. Yes, in vino veritas. Yes, very much so. And it is true. In wine there is truth. You want to get the truth out of somebody, getting them drunk is a very good place to start. See, this is why I think that on Star Trek, and yeah, talking about Star Trek again, I think on Star Trek there is a secret Romulan scheme that has been going on for centuries in Star Trek world, and that is that Romulan ale is actually truth serum. Because think about it, every time Romulan ale is drunk at a festivity, somebody gets too honest. Okay, the first time we see Romulan ale, I believe, is in Space Seed and TOS. And what happens? Khan has some, and he gets too honest. He gives away more of himself than he intended. He then gets mad and leaves the party. Then in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, when Kirk and company are having dinner with the Klingons, everyone's drinking Romulan ale, and everybody gets a little too honest and racist. And, you know, some unpleasant things are said. I'm pretty sure if you went scene by scene of every scene that Romulan ale is in, somebody gets too honest and says more than they mean to, or more than they should. So, yeah, I think Romulan ale is secretly truth serum in Star Trek world, and the Romulans have been using it as a plot against the Federation forever. While making themselves immune, of course. But how often do we actually see Romulans drinking Romulan ale? Like, I can only recall one scene, and it was in DS9, after in the midst of the Dominion War, when the embargo on Romulan ale has been lifted within the Federation. Though that was in a mindfuck scene that didn't actually happen. Now that I think about it, so whether that holds true or not, we don't know, because they kind of fucked up that episode, and then couldn't decide whether what happened in it, how much was canon and how much was not. Like, I swear that was written to be real, and then they realized, oh, we hate this, and then put in the, oh, it was all a mental simulation that everyone was in thing later, I swear. That whole two-parter is just a mess. It's not one of my, and usually I love DS9. It's like my favorite of the Star Treks, but that episode, whew, somebody dropped the ball. Usually they do two-parters quite well on that show, but for some reason, The Search, I just never cared for it. He was just so different, I whispered. The guy that took me. Marcelo Nachos Matos. An unbidden smile appeared on my lips. Olga blanched. I'll forget him, I added quickly. I know it, but it's too soon. Fuck me, Olga stammered. You and him? No, it's not what you think. It's just that it wasn't that as bad as everyone thinks. Okay, that's fair. I closed my eyes and recalled Tenerife. I was free. Well, mostly. And he cared for me. Taught me, protected me. See, this is the, she's more free being kidnapped by other guy than with her husband. That is true. And yes, he cared about her. He taught her something. He was actually protective in a not controlling douchebag asshole way. I knew my dreamy voice wasn't appropriate. I just couldn't help it. Ugh. This is so teenage drama. This is below teenage drama. Teenagers are like embarrassed by this. Holy fucking hell, Laura, you're in love. Olga cut in, eyes bulging. I paused. Why wasn't I denying it? Was I really in love? I thought you were so hopelessly in love with your husband. There was no way to tell. Maybe it was just a fling, a crush. I had a husband whom I loved, a wonderful man. No, he's not. No. I cannot say that. No, he's not a wonderful man. He's a rageaholic douchebag, abusive motherfucking murdering scumbag. The best man I could imagine. But was he really? No! You don't know what you're talking about, I snapped and then smiled and nodded. Just some guy. Besides, all of this is his fault. No, it's not. I raised my index finger. I lost my baby. Then I went to the hospital for weeks and was bedridden even longer at home. And finally, my husband has grown distant and started treating me more like an enemy than his wife. Your husband is treating you exactly the way he's always fucking treated you, bitch. That has not changed. He is not treating her any differently now than he was before. Absolutely not. I raised my eyebrows, praying that Olga believed me. I needed to believe it myself. Oh, Laura, she sighed. He just can't forgive himself for what had happened. He runs away because he feels guilty. For the baby, and even more for you having to go through all this. I don't think he feels guilty at all. I don't think he's capable. I think he just doesn't want to be around her if she's mad at him. He was ready to give up what he loved most. He wanted you to be safe. No, he wasn't ready to give up what he loved most. And by the way, she's supposed to be the thing he loves most, but she's referring to his role as mob boss. And it's like, no, at no point was he going to give that up for her, nor will he ever. Except for neglecting her intimately until the makeover. Yeah, that's true. This is true. Yeah. Because she wanted some, he said no until she looked pretty again. And the second she looks all pretty and like his wife again, he just can't keep his hands off her. So that tells you right there, that's all he's attracted to. Is a certain image, a certain look. Like, it has, that's what, like, this is obvious anyway because of how he treats her. She is a fuck doll. He's only attracted to her sexually and no other way. And he's only attracted to her sexually when she is looking a certain way that he finds attractive and acceptable. Like, that's why she doesn't exist outside of that, because she's not even a person to him. She's the thing he sticks his dick in when he feels like it. Other than that, they don't have a relationship of any kind. They never have. Like, they don't even know each other. Like, ask both of them the other one's favorite color. Like, name of their first pet. Where did you spend summer when you were a child? What was your favorite subject in school? Like, play 20, that, like, what's that pick a number thing that, teenagers use to get to know each other online? There's a list of like 50 things and one person picks a number, and if it says like, what's your favorite sports car, you have to answer. Olga shook her head, sipping on her wine. Oh, they've added wine to the champagne now. Or they forgot they were drinking champagne. One time I sneaked into the library and overheard him talking to Dominic. I'm learning that god-awful language. Why does everybody have to, why are we so racist in this book? But I got next to nothing. Only that time I didn't really have to understand to know what he was saying. She lifted her head. Her eyes were full of tears. Okay, we're doing this now? He was crying, Laura, but it was like hearing a dying beast, a wild, uncontrolled roar. When was that? I asked, holding my breath. At night, just after you got back to Sicily, she said after a pause. But enough of that. Let's get wasted. Yep, there we go. I thought back to that night. That's when he had broken that glass and when I had started feeling lonely. That night had changed everything. It was then that my husband had started distancing himself from me. That night was last night! Oh, my throat didn't like that I did that. We finished the second bottle and left the restaurant swaying slightly. Yet 2 bottles of champagne between 2 people? Yeah, I think you're having some trouble walking in your sky-high heels. The place was crowded by that time. The manager opened the door to the car for us. The SUV was waiting right by the entrance, which naturally made us the point of attention of all the guests waiting in line. You looked like superstars. No, you look like drunken sluts. I would like to say ladies, but we giggled like adolescents and staggered drunkenly. There was nothing ladylike in our behavior. We settled in our seats, which wasn't easy in our state, and Olga told the driver to go. It was after midnight. A large crowd was waiting by the club. Okay, so we're still going to the club in this state. This is great. This is going to go so well. The place was another one of Massimo's businesses, so we didn't have to wait with the rest of the people. Holding each other, we jogged across the red carpet leading inside. Our security guards made way for us through the crowd. Finally, we took our seats in the VIP lounge. By that time, I was pretty tipsy, verging on hammered. The tall bodyguards took places between us and the crowd, obscuring my view of the main door. Dominic had taken care of everything as soon as Olga had told him we were going to party. Among other things, he had made sure we wouldn't, among other things, he had made sure we wouldn't be able to talk to anyone. I don't even know what to do with that. So even when we're out in public, they're not allowed to speak to anyone ever. Ever. Just no. Like, there's so much domestic violence in this. In both of the relationships. We just hear about it more in Laura's because Olga's a background character. Do we think that we get Dominic and Olga's wedding in the final book? Do we get that before the end? The champagne arrived. Olga grabbed our glass and began dancing to the rhythm of the music. Our table was situated on the mezzanine level. Yeah, what Sarah said. All of the red flags. Like, in extreme fashion. And also, if Dominic knows where they are, Massimo definitely knows where they are, so there is that. All right, I'm starting to look for a good place to stop because this is a longer chapter. We're not going to make it to the end. So I'm circling for a landing somewhere. I really need some food. I'm absolutely starving. I'm always starving by the end because I don't eat today, so I don't throw anything up. But also, I really want to eat something to get the green apple taste out of my stomach, my throat, and my mouth. Mostly because of sugar. If it was just the green apple flavor, that's actually not so bad. It's not great, but not so bad. It's the amount of sugar. Also, I call bullshit on there being no sugar in those things. It's bull fucking shit. There is just no way that there's no way that like 50% of that pack is not just pure fucking sugar. I think they are lying their asses off. Like, I wish I had I wish I had a glucometer, like those little blood test things. I wish I had one so I could check my blood sugar like before drinking it and then like 10 minutes after cuz I bet it goes really high after drinking that. And when she moved seductively by the handrail, the people downstairs had a great view of her underwear. I picked up my glass and joined her. Okay, so yep, they're just fully stripper dancing on a handrail on the second floor. I was so drunk that any attempt at dancing would surely end up in me falling down into the crowd below. Okay, so drunk he can fall over a second story railing. Okay. So I occupied myself watching the people on the dance floor. Before long, I sensed that someone was watching me. Well, you're in a club and you're a drunk slut, so yeah, I imagine several men are watching you. My vision was blurred, so I closed one eye to see clearer. Okay, this seems like too drunk for the amount of drinking that they did, but she hasn't had booze in a while, so yeah, it could be hitting hard. And then at the end of a long bar, here we go. There was Marcelo Nachios Matos looking straight at me. I nearly threw up. Don't encourage me. I squeezed my eyes shut, only to open them a moment later. The place where I'd seen Nacho a moment earlier was empty. Oh God, we're doing this! We're doing this now! Is he really there, or am I just imagining it? It's like Bella in the second or third, I forget which one, where she's having suicidal ideations and keeps trying to kill herself to have visions of Edward. Oh, the Twilight books are so much more fucked up than people realize. Bella is such a fucked up character. I mean, granted, Edward is terrible, but everybody like gives her a pass for how fucked up she actually is as a character, because she is. She is a really fucked up character when you get into it. I blinked, trying to find his clean-shaven head among the crowd, but he'd vanished. I went back to the sofa and downed the contents of my glass. I was hallucinating. Yeah, probably. There was no other explanation. Other than he was looking at you when you were on the phone because he knew that your hair was longer. So, yes, he's really there and he's stalking you. That's what it is. He's stalking her, clearly. Because he's in love with her and he's all obsessed, and we already had the preview where he's proposing on a beach somewhere. So we know he's around. Why would you put that at the front? Like in a movie, it makes kind of sense, but not in a book. In a book, it's just, what the fuck? Because we're just going to read 300 pages and wind up back in that exact same spot. There was no other explanation. Was that because of how long I hadn't had any alcohol? Maybe my brain was rebelling after I'd soaked it in booze following months of sobriety. I'm going to the restroom, I shouted to Olga over the booming music. She was coiling and curling seductively by the guardrail and waved a hand at me leaning over the dance floor. I told the security guards where I wanted to go. The man started barging through the crowd. That's when I saw him again, by the wall next to a large statue in the darkness. He was standing with his arms crossed on his chest and smiling that white smile of his. What is with the white smile? He has good teeth. We get it. He bleaches. Like, my stomach knotted and my breath caught in my throat. If my heart had still been ill, I would have fainted. Instead, I stood my ground. I couldn't breathe. Okay, I would also like to ask this question. I think we're going to stop right there for this evening. It's a good place to stop. But I'm going to ask this question. With the understanding that I am not a moron and I understand that open heart surgery or any heart surgery or really any surgery at all is dangerous and always carries a risk of fatalities, I get this. If whatever heart condition she had, and we're never going to know, let's just make that official right now. We're never, ever, 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 ever going to know what heart condition she had that has now been magically cured by something, blah, blah, yada, yada surgery. if the heart condition that she had was curable by something, something, yada, yada surgery, why hadn't she had the surgery? What was the holdup? Like, if there is a magic surgery that can cure whatever condition, why had she not had it before now? Now, I know that sometimes with heart conditions, because I've had friends go through this, I had a friend who died because they didn't realize how bad her heart condition was, and it killed her. There was surgery that could have saved her, but they were in the place of, well, where they thought they were was, yes, there is surgery that can fix it, but that would be premature because it can still be managed short of that. And the risk of she wasn't at a place where they consider her living with the condition to be risky enough to risk the surgery, but then she did die. So there's that. Wonder if it was a hole in the heart. I was thinking heart murmur too, but isn't that something they would usually catch at birth or close to it, and is very, very repairable? Because it's actually way more common than people know. A lot of babies are born with a heart murmur that corrects itself. But I know there is surgery to fix it. I'm not saying that makes it safe, but you know, I haven't heard of in a long time somebody with a heart murmur getting to the age of like late 20s without it being corrected. Because usually, if it's still an issue by the time they're like 6 or 7, that's when they're looking to surgically correct it, not when somebody is fully grown. So I'm wondering, like, was she in the place where they didn't consider it like risky enough to risk the surgery because it was manageable with her pills or whatever? But then, getting shot just sent everything into overdrive, and so they had to like emergency fix it. I don't know. We're never going to know what it actually was. We can guess all we want, but we're never ever going to be told. And apparently the author decided she was done with it, so I'm just saying, since it was obviously affecting her life so much and so often, and we were told repeatedly that she was risking dying every time she fainted. Massimo said it, Dominic said it, her mother said it. Like, multiple people said that every time she passed out because of her heart doing whatever it was doing, she could have died every time. So wouldn't that put her in the realm of like, okay, yeah, this is the time to surgically intervene because you could die every time it acts up. So if you could also die from the surgery, you're kind of in the same place, but one of them potentially has a good outcome, the other does not. Yeah. Poland has communism and support. I'd forgotten that. I'd forgotten that she said Poland was under communist rule till like 2015 or something stupid like that. It was along those lines. Because again, yeah, we have the two Polish girls are they're too young to have ever lived under actual communism. But I swear, did she just steal that? Because obviously, like, this is not limited to just ripping off 50 Shades. This rips off the Mr. and the Mrs. as well. Because the first book and a little bit got through all the 50 Shades. And then it clearly started ripping off the Mr. So it's just going through all the E.L. James and ripping them off. And I swear that's where the communism comes from. Not that Poland wasn't communist. It was. Of course it was. But not anywhere near the 2000s. Like, and that's got to be one of the easiest things in the world to Google is, when did communism fall in insert country here? All right. Our first pink line in the book, where we have to stop mid-chapter because the chapters are too long. The next line is truly disgusting. So we're starting on a really great note that I'm definitely going to highlight. But that's for next week. Don't drop the highlighters. They're the only ones I have left. One of these days I am going to have to get more highlighters. But the purple one will hold out for a while. And in the next book we're reading, we're not highlighting things because they belong to me and they're actually nice. And the next book we're reading is a hardcover, which I'm not going to burn either. Unless it's really bad. Something I haven't read. So if it is really bad, we might burn it. We'll see. But it's by my favorite author, so that would be hard. But we are well into it. We have got a good start going on. The next 365 days, the last one. It's the last one of the series. It's the only thing this author's ever written. It's been many, many years since these came out. She hasn't written anything else. I highly doubt she ever will. Like, I really do. Would it surprise anybody? I'm just saying. I'm just throwing this out here. I'm taking this from an episode of Law and Order, but also it was rumored. Is there a possibility that Miss Blanka Lipinska, seen here on the back cover, is there a possibility that she's just the front woman? That she didn't actually write these? That somebody or something did, and they just needed an author to sell it? You know? They needed somebody to front the product. I mean, she's blonde, conventionally attractive, and really, really stupid. So, you know, if it ever came out that, yeah, she just got paid to promote these, it wouldn't surprise me at all. But thank you for the handcuffs tonight, especially. I'm definitely gonna keep these on a little longer. So comfy. Why don't more people understand that? You know, if I could walk around like this without drawing massive attention, I probably would. Because it is weirdly comforting. I think I could handle, like, conversations with people I don't want to talk to better if I had these on. But we have that and so many other things to think about. I think I am going to name our Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles duck Raphael, because nobody objected. So there we go. But we may be getting some special, very special new ducks. I'm not sure when. It might take a while. But it's in the works and I'm very excited about it. So we'll see what comes of that. And we'll see if I have a new book to read next week to keep me company when the power is off. I don't want to think about that. My actual plan, since it's going off at 8 in the morning, is to stay up till 8 in the morning. And then hopefully just sleep until it's back on. I'm hoping it doesn't take all day to go back on. So if I can sleep till like, I go to bed at like 8 in the morning. If I sleep till like 1 or 2, then it'll be back on. I'm hoping. I don't know if that's foolish or not, but we'll see. And I promise to show off my whatever book comes in the mail if it gets here. I will show it off next week because I plan to be very happy because I haven't had a present in a very, very long time. I'm also counting this as an early birthday present because my birthday is in 3-ish weeks. So I'm counting this as an early birthday present because it'll be the only one I get. So I'm counting that. Still working on getting a kitten. Well, I'm still working on the idea of getting a kitten. I have things I need to do before I can get a kitten. But I'm still hoping to get a kitten for my birthday. That is my birthday present to myself, is a tiny black ball of fuzz that says meow. That's the goal. Also, I think Bo is lonely and he would really like a kitty to play with. And I am definitely done being kittyless. Because I've been kittyless since I was like 8 and I don't like it. I like having a cat around. And I am bound and determined I'm going to make this cat a sucky, affectionate baby if it kills me. Not sure how yet, but I'm going to make this an affectionate kitty. I want a lap kitty. Never had a lap kitty except for one a long time ago. He was the biggest ball of mush ever. He was just absolutely the most, like, you look at him and he would start loudly purring. He was just the biggest sucky fluffy baby in the world. He was huge. He was a huge kitty. And he was just the sweetest, gentlest fur baby in the entire world. As soon as you pet him, he would just melt and start purring so loud. He was such a sweetie. I didn't have him for very long, but I miss him. So that's what I want. I want a fluffy void kitty that is a lap kitty and a sucky baby. And most likely a girl, because I usually get girl kitties, because boy kitties spray. So that is going to be book club for this week. Thank you all for joining me in the start of our last book, our last round of Terrible before hopefully we will be reading a good book. As I said, it is by my favorite author. I do like a different series that she wrote that I've read the first 8 or 9 books in. I looked the other day because I haven't read any of it in a long time. It's up to 23 books now. So I have a lot of catching up to do. But this is a different series that the same author wrote that I haven't read. I think I read maybe the first 10 pages of one a long time ago. Don't remember a damn thing. Don't know if the series is any good. Don't know how many books there are in it. There's at least 2. We know that. But we'll see. We'll find out together whether it's good or whether it's garbage. And I know I'm not saying what the title is yet. I'm not going to announce it yet. I will later. I have a plan. There's an actual plan. Hopefully next week we should have the burn video. I couldn't get sparklers because apparently they don't just sell the 10-pack of regular sparklers anymore. They have like fancy curly gold ones where it's like 100 for $60 for weddings or whatever. They don't just sell normal sparklers anymore. I guess the dollar store isn't allowed to sell them anymore, probably. I did look. I looked in the dollar store. And somewhere else too, like even Party City, they didn't have them. And it's like, okay, apparently they're not a thing anymore. Mm-hmm. But we'll make it fancy. I've got it all planned in my head, so it's gonna be good. So look forward to that next week. But for this week, again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the ducks. Thank you for the cups, and for making me chug Skittles. It's tolerable. We can definitely get through the rest of the packs because there are 30 more of them. So we're going to have those forever. But we still have 30 packs to get through. And we have chips that are still not open. Damn it. I couldn't choose the chips because I had to try the Skittles because they're new. That meant the chips have to wait, which is sad. And I'm sad for the chips and for me that I don't get to eat them. But eventually we'll get there. I mean, it says they're fresh as long as they're unopened till like November. So I'm gonna have faith in the Ruffles company that they're correct. So the chips will be here next week, and we'll see. But until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. We all saw Bo. He sends his love from being curled up on the couch. But love on your fur babies. Love yourself. Have a great weekend. Take care of you. Read better literature than this. And I will see everyone next week. Bye-bye.